Welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:57 over on the East Coast, and it is 4:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. You are taking a live look over Kyiv, Ukraine right now, as President Volodymyr Zelensky welcomed Western leaders to Kyiv to mark the second anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, as Ukrainian forces run low on ammo and weaponry, and foreign aid hangs in the balance. Zelensky did post a video from the airfield together with several different officials from across the world. He said, quote, "2 years ago here, we met enemy landing forces with fire. 2 years later, we meet our friends and our partners here." Greg Palcott with Fox News breaks down the latest as we do enter year 3 of the war.
The war in Ukraine might be hitting a milestone, but Russia is taking no pause. In the past 24 hours, it's launched some 33 drones and 6 missiles. Most knocked down, but some got through, killing 4, injuring 9, leaving damage. For some here, the very fact that Ukraine is still standing after 2 years of intense war is an achievement.
We exist, we are alive, and we are here, and we are fighting.
But things are not going well. Vladimir Putin's military is making inroads, and Kyiv's arsenal is running low, especially with some $60 billion in military aid tied up on Capitol Hill.
Nobody can fill the gap if United States will step out, and that's why it's so important for us.
Senator Chuck Schumer led a delegation to Ukraine today trying to assure the locals. Only Democratic senators here this time, no Republicans or members of the House, where the spending is blocked.
We are here to talk directly to Speaker Johnson. We tell Johnson that the weight of history is on his shoulders. And if he turns his back on history, he will regret it in future years.
Life and death concerns for places like Bucha near Kyiv that saw some of the worst of the war early on. Hundreds killed and tortured, houses destroyed, tanks everywhere. Now the streets are cleared, buildings renovated, those lost memorialized. Still, as shoppers scurry for food where there was shooting, they're still worried about a war seemingly without end.
I'm still very anxious. The real war was here.
For the people of Ukraine, the real war remains everywhere. 2 years ago this night, Russian missiles started to rain down on Kyiv and Ukraine. The war had started. A grim reminder of that just a few hours ago, sirens were once again heard in the Ukrainian capital. Russian drones were heading towards the city. No impacts were reported. The war continues. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
All right, Greg, thank you so much for that report. Again, today does mark that second anniversary, so we will make sure to bring you any updates that we do get right here, live, raw, and unfiltered. Want to get to the latest now out of the Middle East, as the Biden administration has restored a U.S. legal finding dating back nearly 50 years that Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories violate international law. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying the U.S. does believe settlements are inconsistent with Israel's obligations, a reversal of a determination that was made by his predecessor, Mike Pompeo. Blinken's comments came in response to a reporter question about an announcement that Israel would build more than 3,300 new homes in West Bank settlements, essentially in retaliation for a fatal Palestinian shooting attack. I want to bring in Mark Chandler, Director of Government Relations at Coastal Carolina University, a professor of practice, and a former senior intelligence defense official. He joins us every weekend to break down the latest headlines here, and he is here this morning. Mark, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
Good morning, and you're welcome as always, Josh.
All right, so first off, the big question, a lot of people are talking about those comments by Secretary of State Blinken. Can you help kind of break down exactly what they mean and what the deal is here?
Well, basically, what you're seeing is a reversal of the prior administration's policy of really not saying anything negative about how Israel would have settlers go into the West Bank and into Jerusalem and establish new homes and settlements in that area. Not only is it a reversal of the last administration, it's a 180-degree turn from this current administration's proposal back in 2021. previously, the U.S. has not done anything or said anything negative about how Israeli settlers have gone out there and established these new settlements in these occupied territories. And in just a moment, when I say occupied, I know that that has an emotional meaning to that word, but realize that in the 1967 and 1973 Arab invasions of Israel, Israel conquered these territories from the Arabs as they pushed through those areas. So there's been a lot of turmoil. These are highly charged areas since that time. And what you see also is this is more of a conservative Israeli approach from the conservative side of the government. And the past administrations have supported Netanyahu's move with his conservative coalition here. I don't know if this is true, and this is speculation on my part. I want to be very clear. This could be kind of a signal from this administration to try to weaken Netanyahu and the conservative side of the Israeli government on this, because previously there's been no pushback at this time.
And it is interesting you mentioned that. Again, a lot of us here are kind of taking our own, thoughts of what's going on, and you can read into whatever you want to read into. But, a lot of people are saying that very same thing. Now, I do want to say a report from the UN on Friday said that it identified human rights violations committed by all parties in Israel and the Palestinian territories. The agency is demanding accountability, but at this point, just based on what we've seen with the United Nations and UNRWA, does that report really mean much?
Well, to get to the answer of your question, no, it doesn't mean a lot on the surface. There's no enforcement mechanism that the UN has to really do anything. But when I look through the report, what I find a little disconcerting is it's equal blame for both sides, if you will, if you're looking for a blame mechanism or approach. And this really is a summary of a report that they tasked out before Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th. And so when you look at the details, it talks about how they need to look at attacks on civilian populace, hostage taking, and it points out what Hamas did. However, it equally points out Israel's counterattack to the Hamas attacks, the original Hamas attacks. A little bit more disconcerting is that the author of the report, the director of the human rights group within the UN, said that they need to go back all the way to 1967 and perhaps earlier and look at human rights abuses perpetrated by both sides. Now, that starts to bring in a lot of emotion, a lot of debate that's taken place for decades in Israel, in the Palestinian territories, when you look at that, and among the Arab states. So trying to open it up to that, really, it isn't going to get anywhere. It's going to create a lot of angst out there and give a lot of both sides ammunition to push back on. So I think it's really disingenuous to start to group in, as the report alluded to, going back decades on this.
And we also learned Netanyahu did unveil that plan for rule over Gaza after the war does end. What do we know about the plan, and why has Hamas come out and said the plan, quote, will never succeed?
Well, I think what Netanyahu's trying to do, and if we look at this and step back just a second, prior to releasing that, he set a deadline for Israeli operations on Rafah. And we've talked about that the last few weekends, where the next step after Khan Yunis and trying to eliminate Hamas in that area is to move to Rafah. And there's been a lot of international debate and pressure on Israel to take care about the refugees that have relocated down to Rafah. Israel has done that. Netanyahu, I think what he's trying to do is put the pressure on Hamas. He set a Ramadan deadline. And Ramadan, for some of the viewers, is the holiest month for Islam as they work their back. It's one of the 5 pillars of Islam. When we look at that, so you see that aspect to put pressure to start that campaign. Ramadan starts on the 10th. Laying that over what he just talked about post-governance, I think he's talking now to the future of how the situation is going to play out for the Rafah area. And then you start talking about the holistic governance, post-war governance. He's trying to establish that. So basically, the 4 points are a demilitarized zone. So that's elimination of Hamas, working its way through that process where Israel would establish security. Now, Israel has said, and they haven't changed this, that they do not want to occupy, they do not want troops on the ground to remain in Gaza. So that's an overview of establishing the initial security for Israel. They want to leave behind enough security apparatus within Gaza for them to take care of policing matters and internal security, not an external military capability. They want to close the crossing between Egypt and Gaza. All those crossing points, a lot of tunnels in that area, historically used by Hamas for smuggling operations, weapons, resupply, and financial support. So he wants to close that and put more reliance on where security and resupplies would go through an Israeli border area. I think the Egyptians will go for that. And finally, he's calling for a de-radicalization, if you will, of the education that takes place among the Palestinians. You know, it's coming out, it's proof that the Palestinians, especially Hamas, are pushing an anti-Jewish and anti-Israeli curriculum in their schools, some of those supported through UN schools. So try to balance out the education aspect of that. And here, a key point, he's called on Arab states, much like has been done in Arab states, is to paraphrase what he said. The Arabs, again, do not like the radicalized Islam that you see that Hamas pushes, along with ISIS and some other terrorist organizations. So by doing this, he's asking the Arab states to get involved in this, something that they've been hesitant to do by staking out land. So I think that's starting to bring an international group and put a call out for them. So it's a balanced approach. It's concerned about Israeli security, and it's trying to get that coalition of Arabs to basically step up for once and help out.
We also know Israel has approved sending a delegation over to Paris to talk about the hostage release deal that would lead to at least a temporary ceasefire there. Does it appear that we are any closer to a deal than we were just a few weeks ago, just a few months ago? Because it seemed like after the last deal fell through that there were discussions that were possibly getting close to a deal. Obviously, none of that has come to fruition just yet. Are we any closer now than we were just days, weeks, months ago?
Well, I think the short answer is we actually may be. And I have been hesitant in the past to say that. You know, this has been a diplomatic and an emotional roller coaster for the families of those hostages and for the diplomats involved in this. But what we actually saw yesterday in France, and France is trying to step up and move its way into these negotiations and use a little bit of the influence it has by hosting this. You saw the three key leaders, Mossad, Shin Bet, and the hostage negotiation leader from Israel, arrive in Paris, talking with the U.S., Qataris, Egypt, and France to try to strike a deal. There are actually some statements that came out from members of the Israeli War Cabinet this week that said Hamas may actually be looking at changing some of its demands. So in the past, even though Netanyahu a few weeks ago turned down the offer from Hamas, Hamas's offer really was disingenuous, and they knew Israel wouldn't accept it. So if Hamas does change its approach to how they kind of step through the ceasefire and release hostages, I think you may see a breakthrough in these negotiations. I don't have any information this morning that the Israeli delegation left Paris. So that's a good sign. If they stay there and continue these talks, we may actually see that. I mean, hope's not a plan, in my background, but hopefully we will see some positive movement forward at this time.
We've talked a lot about Israel and Hamas, but I want to go a little bit more into Hezbollah at this point over in Lebanon. What's the latest on the Hezbollah aggression toward Israel?
Well, I want to say that there's this line, this threshold I've talked about in several interviews where Hezbollah wants to push up to that threshold but not cross it. That would result in an significant Israeli counterstrike or counterattack. This week, they came pretty close. One of our students in our Center for Applied Analysis here at CCU ran some numbers for me this week. And what we've seen is one of the highest numbers of attacks in a single week from Hezbollah. And so you start to see that uptick in attacks. And what you're seeing is Hezbollah is really pushing up to that threshold that's going to require a significant and overwhelming Israeli counterattack. So they attacked several days this week, a lot of missiles, a lot of rockets, and attempted ground incursions that Hezbollah did, resulting in some Israeli deaths. So that's an increase. Now, Israel did strike back. They went against a UAV factory in Lebanon. They did a strike over in Syria to stop some Iranian resupplies that worked their way through there. So Israel's trying to meet each Hezbollah punch with a counterpunch on that. Also, I think significant messaging by the Israelis was their engineering group cleared out an area to allow a ground incursion into that. So they cleared out a 30-kilometer zone that would allow a rapid ground incursion into southern Lebanon. Now, that does militarily, that supports that, but also it sends a message to Hezbollah that we are preparing to go if you are going to continue these increased attacks. So that's where we are now. It's a little bit more tenuous situation, I think, throughout the week. We'll just have to see if Hezbollah is going to cross that threshold.
All right, so we talked about Hamas, we've talked about Hezbollah. Let's touch on the Houthis now, because it seems as though the U.S. has kind of stepped up what they call self-defense attacks, retaliatory attacks, essentially, against the Houthis there over in Yemen. What do we know about that? But also, does it appear that any of these strikes that the U.S. has conducted on the Houthis have led them to kind of back up, to dial it down a little bit, or are we still seeing that aggression overall?
Well, the last part of your question I'll address first. We haven't seen any dialing down. Again, looking at the numbers from our Center for Applied Intelligence here, this was one of the highest weeks of Houthi attacks on record since they started. So we look at about 14 different attacks. And the interesting thing this week is the Houthis have used just about every different type of capability in their arsenal, from one-way attack UAVs to underwater vehicles. We've seen that. Those are a significant threat to our U.S. naval ships. They've done cruise missile attacks. They've done ballistic missile attacks. They even launched attacks against Israel this week in the southern city of Eilat. So you look at that, this was a significant increase in Houthi attacks this week, one of the highest on record. Now, you use the word, as the U.S. has stated, self-defense. So what that really says is we're not being proactive in our attacks on the Houthis. And that really allows the Houthis to retain the capability to conduct these attacks. And that's why you saw this increase, because if all we're going to do is self-defense, wait until after these are launched, then that's not going to do us very good. That's not going to do commercial shipping. You saw one of the most destructive commercial shipping attacks, almost sinking one ship earlier in the week. The Houthis not only are attacking in the Red Sea, but they're working through the Bab el-Mandeb and the Gulf of Aden. So they've expanded their areas in which they're conducting these attacks. Additionally, at the start of the week, when they launched one of the more deadly attacks, or more destructive attacks, if you will, against that commercial shipping, they shot down one of our MQ-9s. That's a reconnaissance capability, one of our unmanned aerial vehicles. It can also be armed if we choose to do that. This is the second one in the last few months they've shot down, and it's also the fourth over time. So while we look at the Houthis as kind of a ragtag terrorist organization, the equipment they're being supplied by Iran, the training, that allows them to maintain this capability. We have to go from the defensive to the offensive and really strike a concerted effort. We can't do a piecemeal attack and expect this to stop the Houthis. They're being resupplied. They're digging in. They're seeing how we're attacking. They are defending themselves and bringing the fight to us as opposed to us taking the fight to them.
All right, Mark Chandler, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to break down the latest headlines here. These developments happening all the time, so we appreciate you being here with us. Anything else you want to add at all before I let you go?
Two things, Josh, if I could. So first off, going back to the U.S. supporting Israel, and do we see a break in that? We are at a tenuous time right now, and I think the U.S., because of its weak approach in the Middle East in this administration, is trying. I will say that early in the week, they did veto that UN resolution that called for an immediate ceasefire with no preconditions. That was really not a good ceasefire proposal by the UN that Algeria brought forward for Israel. So the U.S. tried to stop that. They were the one no. UK abstained again because of their domestic issues with pro-Palestinian protest out there. So we have to look at that. It's a little disconcerting what Blinken said. So we watch that pressure that the U.S. is putting on publicly while we're still trying to resupply them militarily. And then the final thing, not related to the Middle East, I know you're covering it today. You had the report on just before our interview. But, it is 2 years since the brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine today. And so we got to look at that and think strategically in the United States of all the pressure that the United States faces and how we're responding overall to the global threats that we have, not just from the Hamas situation, Iranian aggression in the Middle East, but what we see globally and strategically focused against the United States and its allies.
All right. Thank you so much, Mark, as always, for taking the time to be here with us. I love having you on because you're able to break down these topics that we hear about but don't maybe fully understand. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
Josh, you're quite welcome, and hopefully we did add a little clarification to things.
I think so. All right, everybody, I do want to take you out to this live image we have. Mark was talking about this, but this is the second anniversary, so to speak. It's hard to call it an anniversary, but 2 years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the war that is still officially underway here. You're taking a live look over at Kyiv in Ukraine. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, and we'll get right back into our live, raw, and unfiltered coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look at a polling spot over in Columbia, South Carolina, one of many polling spots that we're seeing images of throughout South Carolina as it is primary day. Nikki Haley looking to take on former President Donald Trump, who is the Republican frontrunner. Connor Hansen with Fox News has been out there covering this on the ground and just filed this report.
Voters here in South Carolina are heading to the polls as Nikki Haley tries to defend her home turf against frontrunner Donald Trump.
Making her case to voters in South Carolina, long-shot presidential candidate Nikki Haley hoping to gain some ground in the state's Republican primary.
If you join me in this fight, I will spend every single day proving to you that you made a good decision.
Despite Trump's commanding 28-point lead in a recent poll, the former South Carolina governor refusing to bow out.
When 70% of Americans say they don't want Trump or Biden, when those are the two most disliked politicians in America, why would I stop? I'm going to keep going as long as the American people tell me to go.
We sort of don't even talk about her anymore. It's amazing when you do badly in the polls how you don't mention people.
Seeming unthreatened by his last standing Republican rival, Trump turning his attacks on President Biden.
Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. When they do weaponization and when they do election interference like a third world country, they're really a threat to democracy.
Embroiled in legal troubles, Trump has already won contests in 3 states and is backed by some of the state's biggest political names, including a former challenger.
Let South Carolina send a message to all America. The Republican primary is over.
Both candidates are hoping to keep the competition going ahead of Tuesday's primary in Michigan and a week later on Super Tuesday when voters from more than a dozen states head to the polls. In Charleston, South Carolina, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for that report here. And on your screen, you are seeing 2 of those polling spots in South Carolina. I mentioned it is primary day, and there are cameras all over that area. The top right-hand side of your screen, Columbia, South Carolina, we've seen a lot of people going in and out of that elementary school right there to cast their vote. And down on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, it's been fairly quiet overall, but that is a live look over at Surfside Beach, South Carolina. We'll have live coverage tonight as those results come in. I believe our very own Andrew Kraft will be there to help bring in all those results and let you know the moment we find out. It is 8:24 over on the East Coast and 5:24 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. The latest now on a developing story on the University of Georgia campus. That is where a nursing student at Augusta University was found murdered a few days ago. Now we're learning a suspect is in custody. Lindsay Tuman with our Fox 5 Atlanta team has been following this story, joining us now from Athens with those details. Good morning, Lindsay. A lot of people are feeling a bit of a sigh of relief knowing that a suspect has been taken into custody.
Yeah, Josh, it was quick work by police and local investigators here, and what they've told us is that 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra is now behind bars here at the Athens-Clarke County Jail. They brought him into custody last night. They tell us that he is a citizen of Venezuela here in Athens illegally. They also say this appears to be a crime of opportunity. UGA police brought Jose Antonio Ibarra into custody Friday night in connection to the death of 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley.
He has been charged with the following: malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, hindering a 911 call, and concealing the death of another.
Riley's friend called police on Thursday when she did not return home from a run near the intramural fields on the UGA campus. Police found her unconscious and not breathing in a nearby wooded area behind Lake Herrick. Police say they were able to link 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra to the crime.
He lives here in Athens, but is not a U.S. citizen.
Laken attended UGA through the spring of 2023. She was in the Augusta University nursing program studying in Athens. Investigators say she and the suspect did not appear to know each other.
At this time, the investigation suggests that they had no relationship. He did not know her at all. I think this was a crime of opportunity where he saw an individual and bad things happen.
Investigators spent much of Friday collecting evidence, looking through video footage, and searching the suspect's apartment.
The evidence suggests that this was a solo act. We took 3 or 4 people in custody. However, we're only going to arrest 1 in this case.
Yeah, and that one being Ibarra, who's now behind bars here in the Athens-Clarke County Jail without bond. No word yet on when he'll face that first appearance, but we're going to be following those developments as they come up. Back to you, Josh.
All right, and Lindsay, we understand that the suspect's brother was also arrested here. What do we know about that?
So from what we've gathered from the U.S. State's attorney or U.S. Attorney's Office is that investigators actually picked up Diego Ibarra. They thought that he matched the description of a suspect in a homicide. They later determined that to be his brother Jose, but Diego is being charged with providing a false green card, and he could face up to 10 years behind bars for that. Now, he is not being charged at all in connection to this homicide, though. Those are completely unrelated charges.
All right. Thank you so much, Lindsay Tuman there with our Fox 5 Atlanta team following the story on the ground. We appreciate it, and we'll check back in, of course, as there are updates. All right, and you are looking at video from the scene here. This is actually as police were looking for clues prior to that arrest. Aerial footage that was provided by Sky Fox there with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. As you saw in Lindsay's report, there was a news conference that was held about 10 minutes in length just last night, as police did announce the arrest and provide some more details on what they know so far. Reporters also had a chance to ask questions, so I do want to play that for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Good evening, and thank you all for coming. And now, Jeff Clark, the University of Georgia's Chief of Police.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Clark, the Chief of Police for the University of Georgia Police Department. Thank you for joining us here today. I'm joined by Chris Posey, the Director of the GBI, Jerry Salters, Chief of Police, Athens-Clarke County Police Department, and Clarke County Sheriff John Williams. As I start, I want to again express my most sincerest condolences to the family of Laken Riley and her community of friends, both here at UGA and Augusta University. This is heartbreaking. This is a heartbreaking time for the university. I could not disclose Laken's name last night during the news conference, as last night the family had not been notified. But I'm here to share that we have a suspect in custody for Lakeland's murder. We are obtaining arrest warrants for Jose Antonio Ibarra, 26 years of age. He lives here in Athens, but is not a U.S. citizen. He has been charged with the following: malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, hindering a 911 call, and concealing the death of another. He will be transported to the Clark County Jail. We have also served a search warrant on his apartment and continue to collect evidence. There are no indications of a continuing threat to the community related to this case at this time. I want to thank the men and women of the University of Georgia Police Department and all of our partners. This arrest was facilitated by the excellent work of both patrol officers and detectives from the University of Georgia Police Department and the Athens Clark County Police Department, as well as Georgia Bureau of Investigation, with the assistance of federal agencies as well. In every way, it was genuinely a team effort. I know everyone will understand why I cannot go into detail on this case at this point, but I am willing to share some general information. The evidence is robust. It is supported by key input from the community, physical evidence, and expert police work. Importantly, we were assisted by video footage from our campus security cameras networks, which proven vital in many cases. Our work, however, is not done. We are continuing to collect evidence and urge members of the community who may have pertinent information to call UGA Police Department at 706-542-2200. At this time, I want to recognize Deputy Director Posey, Chief Salters, and Sheriff Williams, and ask if they would make a comment. Director Posey.
Good evening. As the Chief mentioned, I'm Chris Hosey, Director for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And first off, let me echo the Chief's comments to the family of Laken Riley. Our thoughts and prayers will continue to be with her family, friends, and this community for many, many days to come in this tragic event, very tragic event. The point that has got us here today, as the Chief talked about, is partnerships with the GBI, the UGA Police Department, Athens, Clark County, other local agencies assisting, as well as additional state resources that you see gathered here with us today. We're here where we are tonight because of that partnership and the hard work and the tireless work of the men and women that have been involved in this investigation. And we are grateful for that. We are grateful for these partnerships. We're grateful for the hard work. That's what they do on a daily basis. And we're here tonight because of that work and those partnerships. So thank you.
Jerry Salters, Chief of Police for Athens Clark County Police Department. First, I'd like to express my sincere condolences to the family of Laken and all of her friends and loved ones. I appreciate all the hard work from all the law enforcement officers and public safety personnel that has worked tirelessly over the last 30 hours in making arrests in this heinous crime. I'm especially proud of the men and women of the Athens Clark County Police Department for their commitment and partnership with the university and their work in solving this case. The Athens Clark County Police Department has a long-standing partnership with the University of Georgia Police Department, and we will continue to support and assist them as we work to bring justice for Lakeland and her family. Thank you.
Right, I'm John Q. Williams, Sheriff here in Clark County. Again, express sincerest condolences, and I just want to reiterate also, as my esteemed colleagues have, this is truly a situation where teamwork was paramount. Whenever someone is victimized in Clark County, we have a lot of resources that can pull together and get results like this. So I want to thank all of the public safety and law enforcement professionals that we have operating in and around this county for just doing a great job. The results were timely, and I'm thankful to work with all of these fine people that you see in front of you today.
At this time, I will take a few questions.
Can you spell the suspect's name, sir?
Spelling Jose, Jose, Antonio, Antonio, Ibarra, Ibarra.
You mentioned he is not a U.S. citizen. What is his status in the country right now?
Right now, I don't know his full status, but he is not a resident. He has an apartment here in Athens, but as far as an undocumented, I'm not sure, and that hasn't been confirmed. I just know he's not a citizen of the United States.
Courtney Francisco with Channel 2 WSB. Can you tell me how he knew Blinken and where he's from? Any extra details on that?
At this time, the investigation suggests that they had no relationship. He did not know her at all. I think this was a crime of opportunity where he saw an individual and bad things happen.
What can we do to protect ourselves from a situation like this?
You know, we always put out safety tips here at University of Georgia. Basically, if you're walking in groups, if you're going anywhere, do it in groups. Basically, keeping your head on a swivel. Make sure you're aware of your surroundings.
Mr. Clark, can you talk to us about what you were able to find in the apartment off Millage Avenue? What made this smoother to get an answer within 30 hours?
At this time, the search warrant is taking place at the apartment right now as we speak. That evidence is not known. I will say we didn't need the evidence inside of the apartment to convict Mr. Ibarra.
Chief, can you talk to us about, as far as this suspect, this is a pretty brazen crime to happen in the morning, out in the open. Do you believe this suspect has done prior crimes in this community? Because this is a pretty bold jump to attack a young woman on a track and lead to her death.
In recent checks of his criminal history, he does not have an extensive criminal history as far as in violence. So I cannot say that this is, he has done this multiple times.
Hey, Chief, throughout the day, we saw multiple people being taken away and back with police cars. Are there any other connections to anyone else in this case? Was anybody else involved, or do you believe right now that this was a solo act?
The evidence suggests that this was a solo act. We took 3 or 4 people in custody. However, we're only going to arrest 1 in this case.
Do you have a motive or any indication at this point?
Like I said, this was just a crime of opportunity, no motive.
Can you say how
Hey, okay, guys, if you could just, and then
Can you
go.
say how Lakin was killed, sir?
Say that again, sir.
How the victim was killed?
Blunt force trauma.
Did he go to school here, and where's he from, and did he have priors?
According to the investigation, he did not attend school at the University of Georgia.
When is his first court appearance? Do we know yet?
Do not know that at this time.
And Chief, what do you tell students? A lot of parents worried to have their kids come back to campus, and you're saying this might have been his first time. Again, the young woman, doesn't matter if it's a woman or a man, out on this trail where a lot of students go. How do you restore some safety, some security on this campus? Because I know this has hit a lot of people, especially parents who have kids here. This could have been anybody's son or daughter out on that track.
This was a very isolated incident. We haven't had a homicide at the University of Georgia in almost 30 years. And this, as I stated before, this was an individual who woke up with bad intentions on that day.
Okay, folks, we have time for one more question. Okay, excuse me. Excuse me.
What has he told investigators?
Hold, yeah, yeah.
Could you indicate some of the things that led your investigation to this individual? I know you might not be able to reveal too many things, but could you tell us what brought you to Mr. Ibarra?
A combination of several things: video evidence, technology.
Okay. What country is he from, sir? You know?
I'm not sure. I'm not certain on that. I believe Venezuela, maybe.
Okay. Thank you all very, very much.
All right, so that was a news conference that was held by University of Georgia police as well as other law enforcement agencies late yesterday, as they did announce the arrest of that suspect in connection with that murder investigation. The student, of course, there of Athens University, a nursing student, found dead on Thursday over on the UGA campus. And about 24 hours later, a suspect was in custody. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:45 over on the East Coast and 5:45 on the West Coast. I do want to get to a story that is making headlines right now, as a balloon spotted flying high over the mountainous western U.S. was intercepted by a fighter jet over Utah on Friday. The information coming from the North American Aerospace Defense Command, and you can see a post on Twitter or X right now by Liz, who is a producer over at Fox. She broke the story here. NORAD fighter pilots sent in the morning to investigate the balloon determined it was, quote, not maneuverable and did not present a threat to national security. That is according to the NORAD spokesperson. The balloon was still in the air, we're told, under close observation. NORAD, a joint military command tasked with defending the airspace over the U.S. and Canada, has not said where the balloon came from or why it was flying over Utah and over Colorado. There has been heightened interest in reports of balloon overflights after the military did identify and eventually shoot down that large white Chinese spy balloon that crossed much of the country last year. I do want to show you some of the video of that we have. Again, this is from last year. This is not the new balloon that was out there, but again, this Chinese spy balloon was shot down and it crossed much of the country last year. Officials said the balloon intercepted Friday was not sent by a foreign adversary and posed no threat to aviation or to U.S. security. NORAD said it was continuing to coordinate with the Federal Aviation Administration to track and monitor the balloon, which was detected at an altitude varying between 43,000 feet and 45,000 feet. NORAD declined to specify where in Utah pilots encountered it. So we know at one point it was flying over Utah, and we know at another point it was over Colorado. Again, you are taking a look at a post on X or Twitter coming in from a Fox producer who said a high-altitude balloon flying over the western U.S. That is according to 2 U.S. officials confirming to Fox News. The origin and purpose not yet known. The balloon drifting east in the jet stream. U.S. military aircraft spotted the balloon and determined it was not a threat. That information now confirmed by NORAD. Now, early reports of the balloon sighting had raised concern among lawmakers, including U.S. Senator John Tester and U.S. Representative Matt Rosendale of Montana, who said their offices were keeping an eye on the situation. The office of Utah Governor Spencer Cox said it had been in touch with local military officials. The Chinese balloon that was down last year off the coast of South Carolina after a week-long path over several military sites was part of a global surveillance program that Beijing has been conducting, quote, for several years. That is according to the Pentagon. It was outfitted with advanced technology designed to collect intelligence signals. That's according to the Biden administration. China denied that it was conducting military surveillance and said it was a civilian balloon that accidentally veered off course while collecting weather data. After it was shot down, Chinese officials said they reserved the right to, quote, take further actions and criticized the U.S. for, quote, an obvious overreaction and a serious violation of international practice. Similar spy balloons linked to the People's Liberation Army, the military wing of China's ruling Communist Party, have been detected floating over 5 continents. Just last month here, Taiwan's defense ministry detected 4 Chinese balloons, including 3 reportedly flying by a key Air Force base. So again, NORAD is saying this was a small, non-threatening balloon that was spotted flying high over the western U.S., including Utah and Colorado. If we do get any more information or some pictures of that balloon, we'll make sure to bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. It is now 8:50 on the East Coast and 5:50 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, and then we'll get back into your headlines right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at one of the many polling sites that we do have cameras at over in South Carolina, as today is primary day. Haley taking on Trump in the South Carolina primary. We're just ahead of Super Tuesday. There's a lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in the expert. Let's talk to Rich Rubino, political historian and political analyst. Rich, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today to help break it all down. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to talk about the South Carolina primary in general. What is the significance of South Carolina when you are talking about the big picture here?
So it's the first in the South primary, and it's always been for the Republican Party a firewall for the front runner or the establishment candidate, if you will. What often happens, for example, is someone like say, look at what 1996, for example, the insurrectionist candidate Pat Buchanan stunned the world and actually won New Hampshire. Then it came down to South Carolina, and Bob Dole won South Carolina, and Bob Dole eventually garners the nomination. In 2000, after John McCain, with many independent voters voting for him in the Republican primary in New Hampshire, it came down to South Carolina. The establishment basically consolidated toward George W. Bush, and George W. Bush landed up winning. As a matter of fact, every single Republican, since it's been the first in the primary status since 1980, every solitary Republican who has won South Carolina has gone on to win the Republican nomination, with one exception, and that was 2012, when former House Speaker Newt Gingrich, who is from Georgia, kind of a perennial Southern, sort of a Southerner, if you will, defeated Mitt Romney in that state. But generally, so New Hampshire, sometimes Iowa can nominate somebody who's kind of maybe evangelical, like Mike Huckabee or Rick Santorum or Ted Cruz, that doesn't have much traction anyplace else. New Hampshire can nominate somebody who's very independent, but then South Carolina is where the establishment basically comes home.
What should people really be watching for today? I know that's kind of a weird question when you talk about a primary like this, where it appears that, honestly, former President Donald Trump is kind of far beyond Nikki Haley at this point as far as the polling numbers go. What should people specifically be watching for?
Yes, well, what they should be watching for, obviously, the results. And part of it is the expectations are so low for Nikki Haley right now, to the point that if she comes within, say, 15 points, she can almost declare herself the comeback kid and declare it a victory. But from a public relations standpoint, the fact that it is her home state, it's very hard to make the case when you go on to Super Tuesday after this that why she should be the nominee, at least when you're talking to Republican donors, or they say, how can you win if you can't win your home state? Jerry Brown in 1992 lost California. His candidacy was effectively over after that, for example. The same thing with Marco Rubio in 2016 on the Republican side. Elizabeth Warren in 2020 came in third in Massachusetts. So one thing I would look for, though, is see how well Nikki Haley specifically does with the independent voters, because South Carolina, like New Hampshire, is an open primary state, meaning that independent voters can vote on the Republican side. And this is an advantage to her because on the Democratic side, Dean Phillips is basically nominal opposition to Joe Biden. So for an independent that really wants to be a part of the game, if you will, they'll probably be more likely to go and vote in the Republican primary than they would in the Democratic primary, which is essentially pro forma and just about all decided right now, I think.
Asking this as bluntly as possible, does Nikki Haley stand any kind of chance of actually winning the primary today?
I mean, it's very hard. I think everybody that runs for any office can come up with some sort of a scenario where they can win. And I think when you're looking at it, when you're thinking about should I run, you're saying, well, if this goes right, if point A to point B, and this goes right, and this goes right, then somehow I'm going to garner the nomination. For Nikki Haley, I think part of the reason she's staying in, now there are all sorts of theories. Some of it is she's just trying to meet donors and she's really going to run in 2028, that theoretically if Trump loses this election, the Republican Party will kind of want to go back to the status quo ante, meaning the status quo prior to Donald Trump, and she will be the tribune. The Republicans will feel remorseful to say, we really should have voted for Nikki Haley. That's one theory. Another theory is that she's just trying to get as many delegates as possible. In many states award their delegates not based on winner take all, but based proportionally. So if you win 15%, for example, you garner some delegates, and then she can go to the convention and she has power with those delegates. Does she release them? What does she do with them? The other thing is, in terms of Donald Trump, if something happens in terms of him with the trial between now and election day, or if there's some sort of a health scare, something to that effect, she's next in line, and she's the one with the second most amount of delegates. But it is interesting that I really have never seen a scenario where South Carolina was gotten so little coverage. Just go to just about any news outlet. It's about the fifth or sixth story. They say, oh, by the way, there's a primary in South Carolina right now. I think most Americans think that the two major parties have pretty much settled on who their candidates are going to be. But when you have one person who's 81, the other person who's 77, and life expectancy is about 76 in this country, obviously there is always that health issue. In which case, Nikki Haley would kind of be would be next in line.
Nikki Haley said earlier on this week that she has no plans to drop out just yet. Yep. Do you think that might change based on today's primary results? Do you think in actuality she really cares how this goes, considering she's seen what the polling numbers are?
Yeah, no, I think she will. I think she will continue. I think that she's done the calculus, and the fact that she spent basically a month campaigning just about nonstop in South Carolina, knowing that she's probably going to lose by at least double digits. The fact that she continues to do this proves that she probably has more of an agenda beyond South Carolina. I don't think she's just thinking, well, I'm going to get to South Carolina, then I'm going to drop out. The fact that she's willing to suffer a potential embarrassment in her home state means that she has something going on further. And I think she's actually for Super Tuesday, and there are some states, for example, Massachusetts is one, Vermont is another one, that allow open primaries that are very much tailor-made for her base, which is basically kind of white-collar, upscale, moderate to conservative, center-right type voters. There are some states that are really made for her. Now, the question is, are there any of these states where she can actually win right now, where she can win, winner take all in any of these states? And I really don't see that. Maybe Vermont, where she has the support of Phil Scott, the governor of Vermont. But Trump has a base in a lot of these states, and it's very hard to see a scenario where she really wins any state. But if I were looking to any state whatsoever, it would probably be Vermont. Although maybe it's not a state, but I would think maybe the District of Columbia as well, which also goes on Super Tuesday. That might be kind of her bailiwick, if you will.
Does it appear that we are essentially setting up for a rematch between Biden and Trump? And this is kind of a tough question, but based on polling, any indication as to which president would be elected to a second term?
I think this has happened one time in American history. That you're going to hear this all the time in the next year or so, and that was in 1888 when Grover Cleveland, that was in 1888 when Grover Cleveland, who had been elected in 1884, actually lost in the Electoral College, won in 1884. Then in 1888 he actually lost in the Electoral College, but won in the won the Electoral College, but won the popular vote, but lost in the Electoral College. Then comes back in 1892 and defeats Benjamin Harrison. That's the one precedent for former presidents who have tried to come back. There are others, be it Martin Van Buren, Millard Fillmore, Ulysses S. Grant, Herbert Hoover, who have tried to serve non-consecutive terms and all basically failed miserably at that. I think that it's very hard to see a scenario right now where it will not be a race between one of those two candidates. The majority of Americans do not want the nominees to be one of these two candidates, which you would think, and there's an aperture in American politics, that would mean an independent or a third-party candidate would likely take up the reins and should do relatively well. The problem with that, and we see this with no labels, is, for example, Joe Manchin, the senator from West Virginia, the outgoing senator, he basically started to believe that if he were to run, he would be more of a spoiler and would elect Donald Trump. So he's not running. Larry Hogan, the former governor of Maryland, a moderate Republican, is now running for United States Senate seat, an open Senate seat, being vacated by Ben Cardin in the state of Maryland. So the question is, who would they potentially nominate? And that's an interesting question. Another thing, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who will his supporters be? They're probably more likely to be conservative than to be liberal. And you're going to have some openings on the left, too, because specifically Joe Biden's refusal, for example, to call for a ceasefire on the Israel-Hamas war has really disaffected many young voters. And Cornel West, who's running as an independent, and Jill Stein, who's likely to be the Green Party presidential nominee, could pick up 2 or 3% on the left wing of the Democratic Party, which theoretically could be fatal for Joe Biden. In that case, you ask the question, how many of those supporters who for a Jill Stein or a Cornel West would not have voted otherwise? They're so disaffected with the system, but they want to vote for somebody like that. That's one thing, because that's not necessarily taking away from Joe Biden. The biggest trepidation for Joe Biden in that case, I think, is that these are voters who potentially would have voted for Joe Biden, did vote for Joe Biden in the 2020 general election, but have become disaffected with his views on Israel. Also, some of his other views, for example, his failure to get a huge student loan package through, that type of stuff. That potentially could hurt Joe Biden, and only needs is 2 or 3% in a state like Michigan, which has a very big Arab population, very big Muslim population in Dearborn, Michigan, for example, and that could actually move the election just a tad over to Donald Trump.
When talking about Trump, do you think at this point he's thought out who he wants to be his VP pick? I know it's still, fairly early on. An announcement is probably not coming anytime soon, but
no.
Does it appear that he maybe has figured out who he wants to run with?
I don't think so. I think that's why he's sending so many surrogates out there, and that's why so many surrogates are speaking, whether it's Byron Donalds from Florida, Elise Stefanik from New York. And these are the ones that he's sending out a lot. Tim Scott from South Carolina. I think it's almost basically a trial run to see how well they do with him on the stump. I don't think he would be doing that if he already had it chosen. Now, Donald Trump is obviously somebody that could have a complete wild card, and you often wonder with someone like Donald Trump if he could choose somebody because he's kind of unconventional that nobody's even thinking of, and just really kind of shocked the world. The last time around, if there's any precedent, in 2016, he picked a pretty establishment guy as the Republican presidential nominee. He did not go out there and try to just get somebody out of the political wilderness no one's ever heard of. He didn't do a Hail Mary like when Walter Mondale chose Geraldine Ferraro in 1984, who just been in the Congress a couple terms, or when Sarah Palin, a first-term governor of Alaska, was chosen by John McCain, respectively, in 2008. He chose Mike Pence, who was the governor of Indiana, to partly try to secure up his vote with evangelical voters, and that helped him. So my guess is it's probably going to be somebody who is a surrogate for Donald Trump, and who knows, maybe he'll have other surrogates that he will send out other times in the future. But what you're really seeing, I think, is auditioning in terms of how these supporters can show their fidelity to President Trump.
All right, what's up next, primary-wise?
Well, eventually you're going to get to Super Tuesday, and Super Tuesday this is really the big enchilada, if you will. On the Republican side, you're going to have just about every other state. Just about every state is, whether it's Massachusetts, Vermont, California, Washington, D.C. It's a very big day. Interesting, the whole Super Tuesday idea in many respects came from the Democratic Party. And this goes back to 1984, actually, after the party nominates Walter Mondale for the Democratic presidential nominee in San Francisco. A group of people came over and said, we need a more moderate support. We need a more moderate candidate in 1988. So they said, we're going to have Super Tuesday. We're going to have a lot of the southern states where they decided would go on the same day, and that would help a moderate candidate. So what happens in 1988, Al Gore is running as a moderate or conservative Democrat that year. He does very well in a lot of the southern states. What they did not count on is that Jesse Jackson would also be running, and Jesse Jackson would split the southern vote with Al Gore, so you would not have the kind of moderate to conservative Democrat that they had hoped for. But eventually, 1992 comes around. Bill Clinton loses Iowa to Tom Harkin, loses New Hampshire to Paul Tsongas, comes in, wins a southern state in Georgia, and then eventually goes on and wins Super Tuesday. So Super Tuesday is usually very important, but obviously this time around, I think the media is looking for a story because there's just so little actually going on, and this has become such a pro forma. Unless there's some sort of a surprise, and who knows, Nikki Haley could really surprise people tonight, but that's certainly not what anybody expects.
All very true. All right, Rich, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. I feel like I could talk to you forever about all of this because there is so much to discuss here. Before I let you go, is there anything else that you want to add about literally any of this?
Yes, I just think that this is a fascinating process because. And I think that the reason I'm saying this is if you go back to what actually happened the last time this happened, when you had a former incumbent president coming back and actually securing a non-consecutive term, you're going to be hearing a lot about this. So just so you know, just so I set up what actually happened that year. So Grover Cleveland loses loses the election in 1888. The last day in office, his wife says to the staff, keep the place nice. We'll be back in 4 years. And he did run, in part, Benjamin Harrison at the time. I know I'm saying this because I know everybody cares so much about Benjamin Harrison and Grover Cleveland, but it was a fascinating election. Cleveland actually did have some challenge at the Democratic nomination from David Hill, the guy who had succeeded him as governor of New York, his former lieutenant governor. They had a falling out. They ran against each other, and Cleveland was able to take on issues like wanting a lower protective tariff, and he was able to win. And that's the one precedent I think Donald Trump kind of needs to study, because there have been a lot of Republican presidents a lot of former presidents who've tried to come back, but he's the only one that actually accomplished that feat.
All right, Rich, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. It'll be interesting to see exactly how all of this does play out, so I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me on.
All right, everybody, taking a live look here at the White House over in Washington, D.C., one of the many cameras that we do have across the country and across the world. We also have this image. It's kind of been going all over the place, so that's why we're going in and out of it, but it is Columbia, South Carolina, and it is outside of an elementary school where there is right now the polling spot open, and folks are coming together to cast their votes in the South Carolina primary. Don't forget, we will have live coverage tonight with our very own Andrew Kraft. That's going to start, I believe, around 7 p.m. Eastern time. So you can watch it all right here on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. Now, Connor Hansen with Fox News has been out there on the ground covering the latest here. So let's send it over to him with a look at what's going on.
Voters here in South Carolina are heading to the polls as Nikki Haley tries to defend her home turf against frontrunner Donald Trump.
Making her case to voters in South Carolina, long-shot presidential candidate Nikki Haley hoping to gain some ground in the state's Republican primary.
If you join me in this fight, I will spend every single day proving to you that you made a good decision.
Despite Trump's commanding 28-point lead in a recent poll, the former South Carolina governor refusing to bow out.
When 70% of Americans say they don't want Trump or Biden, when those are the two most disliked politicians in America, why would I stop? I'm going to keep going as long as the American people tell me to go.
We sort of don't even talk about her anymore. It's amazing when you do badly in the polls how you don't mention people.
Seeming unthreatened by his last standing Republican rival, Trump turning his attacks on President Biden.
Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. When they do weaponization and when they do election interference like a third world country, they're really a threat to democracy.
Embroiled in legal troubles, Trump has already won contests in 3 states and is backed by some of the state's biggest political names, including a former challenger.
Let South Carolina send a message to all America. The Republican primary is over.
Both candidates are hoping to keep the competition going ahead of Tuesday's primary in Michigan and a week later on Super Tuesday when voters from more than a dozen states head to the polls. In Charleston, South Carolina, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that report. And he is out there in South Carolina, so he will be providing those reports throughout the day and likely tomorrow as well. Now, some presidential candidates say they're concerned about the future of in vitro fertilizations after a contentious new ruling that came out of Alabama. The stakes for Republican challengers Trump and Haley are high ahead of this weekend's primary. Fox News senior national correspondent Kevin Corke in Washington there with that story.
I strongly support the availability of IVF for couples who are trying to have a precious little beautiful baby.
A controversial Alabama Supreme Court decision now turning into an election issue. The ruling says couples who lost frozen embryos at a storage facility can sue the clinic for wrongful death. Some worry the ruling could discourage in vitro fertilization clinics from operating.
And today I'm calling on the Alabama legislature to act quickly to find an immediate solution to preserve the availability of IVF in Alabama.
GOP challenger Nikki Haley initially telling NBC News that she considers embryos to be babies, but she later clarified that she didn't necessarily agree with the ruling, and she does not want fertility treatment to shut down. A response ahead of a critical primary battle in her home state.
I think South Carolina is going to show up strong and proud tomorrow.
A recently obtained memo from the National Republican Senatorial Committee advises candidates to oppose government efforts to restrict IVF. The memo also saying the ruling is fodder for Democrats hoping to manipulate the abortion issue for electoral gain.
So the chaos has been started. It was started the day that happened, the day Roe was overturned. And the only way to fix this, the best way to fix this, is to restore Roe.
Multiple IVF providers in Alabama have already paused services as they continue to make sense of the ruling. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you so much for that report right there. You are taking a live look at the White House over in D.C. And you heard in Kevin's story, but Republican frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, spoke about IVF at a rally last night. I do want to play his quick comments on that, only about a minute and a half in length, but he did touch on his thoughts regarding that ruling and IVF.
Under my leadership, the Republican Party will always support the creation of strong, thriving, healthy American families. We're supporting America First, a little thing called America First. We want to make it easier for mothers and fathers to have babies, not harder. You know that. That includes, and you saw this, it was a big deal over the last few days, that includes supporting the availability of fertility treatments like IVF in every state in America. You've been seeing Alabama. It's been a big story. Like the overwhelming majority of Americans, including the vast majority of Republican, conservatives, Christians, and pro-life Americans, I strongly support the availability of IVF for couples who are trying to have a precious little beautiful baby. I support it. And today I'm calling on the Alabama legislature to act quickly to find an immediate solution to preserve the availability of IVF in Alabama, and I'm sure they're going to do that. The Republican Party should always be on the side of the miracle of life and the side of mothers and fathers and beautiful little babies. Have to be on that side. IVF is an important part of that, and our great Republican Party will always be with you. We're always going to be with you in your quest to find that ultimate joy in life. You know, the ultimate joy in life is a beautiful, healthy, wonderful baby. So we are with you, and I wanted you to know that.
And that was former President Donald Trump speaking just last night about the Alabama Supreme Court ruling, as well as IVF in general. Around 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, an expert will join us here on Live Now from Fox to break down the details and what that ruling means, also what could happen in the future as a result of it. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break here at 9:14 on the East Coast and 6:14 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:17 on the East Coast and 6:17 on the West Coast. February is Black History Month, and over the last several weeks, we've shared countless stories celebrating innovations throughout history and highlighting places across the country that put the spotlight on Black historical figures and leaders. Now, we do have another amazing story for you right now. Carshonda Wright is the Culture Center leader at the Harry T. and Harriet V. Moore Museum in Mims, Florida. Joining us now live. Thank you so much, Carshonda, for taking the time to be here with us today.
Oh, it's my pleasure to be here with you. I'm glad that you have taken interest in our story.
For sure. Well, first off, I want to go kind of back to basics here. Explain who the museum is named after.
Well, Harry T. and Harriet V. Moore are actually civil rights activists who made the blueprint for the civil rights activity, because it was because of them fighting for equal rights for teachers, voting rights, fighting against lynchings and police brutality, and really looking out for their community, starting the first chapter of the NAACP here in Brevard County and setting up subsequent chapters throughout the state of Florida. So we really want to appreciate them for all that they did before the civil rights movement was actually called the civil rights movement. They were doing these things, and they were kind of a lone wolf couple. They were in a rural part of Mims, Florida, and they definitely were doing this together. And that is why this is such a unique story, because how many times do you get to hear about a couple who pretty much didn't have to do any of this, because she was a school teacher. He was a school teacher and a principal. They owned their own orange grove. They lived on 4 acres of land, and they had life to be easier for others who come behind them to achieve the same common goals. And so they embarked on this journey together to ensure that other people would have that chance.
All right, so tell me about your role at the museum, what you do there, but also at the same time, what your favorite part of working at the museum is.
I do tours. I set up activities. We also do programming, but mostly we interact with the public about the story about the Moors and why history is a living, breathing thing. And just because something happened in the past doesn't necessarily mean that you need to just let it go. Some things are life lessons that you learn from the past. And even if you don't agree with everything that happened in the past, it is a lesson to be learned, because you have to what's the little saying? You have to take what's good about what happened and leave the rest behind. And so I think that learning about the past helps us see how far we come, where we need to go, and what we should be working on. And my favorite part is just probably interacting with the people, seeing the lights in their eyes come on about how things happen, knowing that they have questions about the past that I can answer, and really having a frank conversations about what happened in the past and how that is going to play out in their lives and what they're going to use that information for is so interesting to me, because I think that we don't really talk a lot. We have a lot of people that talk at you. We blog, we do we don't do things personally. We don't have interpersonal skills a lot, because so much is done remotely, so much is done on blogging or on social media. But having that one-on-one interaction with people is really what I like about the story.
On that same note, what do you hope people who visit the museum can take away from the museum?
Well, what I hope that people take away is that this couple really made sacrifices so that the world that they saw in front of them would change. And that even if you think that one person can't make a difference in life, Trust me, you can, because most people don't know. You know, you look in front of you and you think, I just want to change this one thing, right? And because of that, I think that what happens is we don't realize that we don't need to wait on somebody to make the change. We can actually be the change. And that is so important in this time when people are looking for someone else to do it. You don't have to wait. If you see something in your community or you see something that is an injustice, you need to step up. And it doesn't have to be something grandiose. It could be something simple that you change, but that one change may spark the next person to make a change. And that's what really is important about this center. One person said, I don't think that I like the way things are going and I want to make a change. And they did. And that is what made the changes that we see today. And that's how I see it.
My last question for you here. Why is it so important for you to, I guess, spread the message of the Moors and make sure that their message is known to the world?
It is important to me because I actually talked to the daughter. She was here. And when you meet her, you just get this overwhelming feeling of, I want to help you carry on this legacy. And so because of how she was so genuine about her family and the things that her family did and the accomplishments that her family made, I wanted to learn more about history. I wanted to learn more about how I could spread this message. And I wanted to be a part of something that is a legacy to carry on. And I think that this center and everything that we do here is helping people understand our past and reconciling it with the future.
All right, Karshonda right there, Culture Center leader at the Harry T. and Harriet V. Moore Museum in Mims, Florida. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and discuss the Moors' legacy. Anything else that you want to add about anything before I let you go?
Well, we are here in Mims, and we welcome you to come out to the Harry T. and Harriet V. Moore Memorial Park and Museum. We're located at 2180 Freedom Avenue. We are also on the Historical Trail, and we are part of the African American Museum in Washington, D.C., where we have an exhibit next to Brown versus the Board of Education. So we are very relevant, not just local history, but we are relevant in national history and international history. So please come out and join us here and learn all about the Moors and their contributions that they made to history.
All right. Karshonda, thank you so much for joining us here. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
All right, everybody, the time now is 9:25 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:25 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you out to a live image we do have showing Kyiv in Ukraine, as today does mark 2 years since the invasion by Russia that did launch this war, still ongoing between the two sides. Greg Palcott has been following this on the ground. He has been out there in Ukraine and filed this report with the latest details as the war again does continue.
The war in Ukraine might be hitting a milestone, but Russia is taking no pause. In the past 24 hours, it's launched some 33 drones and 6 missiles. Most knocked down, but some got through, killing 4, injuring 9, leaving damage. For some here, the very fact that Ukraine is still standing after 2 years of intense war is an achievement.
We exist, we are alive, and we are here, and we are fighting.
But things are not going well. Vladimir Putin's military is making inroads, and Kyiv's arsenal is running low, especially with some $60 billion in military aid tied up on Capitol Hill.
Nobody can fill the gap if United States will step out, and that's why it's so important for us.
Senator Chuck Schumer led a delegation to Ukraine today trying to assure the locals. Only Democratic senators here this time, no Republicans or members of the House, where the spending is blocked.
We are here to talk directly to Speaker Johnson. We tell Johnson that the weight of history is on his shoulders. And if he turns his back on history, he will regret it in future years.
Life and death concerns for places like Bucha near Kyiv that saw some of the worst of the war early on. Hundreds killed and tortured, houses destroyed, tanks everywhere. Now the streets are cleared, buildings renovated, those lost memorialized. Still, as shoppers scurry for food where they were shooting, they're still worried about a war seemingly without end.
I'm still very anxious. The real war was here.
For the people of Ukraine, the real war remains everywhere. 2 years ago this night, Russian missiles started to rain down on Kyiv and Ukraine. The war had started. A grim reminder of that just a few hours ago, sirens were once again heard in the Ukrainian capital. Russian drones were heading towards the city. No impacts were reported. The war continues. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
All right. Once again, you are taking a live look at Kyiv. This is from one of our many cameras in the area as folks there are marking 2 years since the Russian invasion. Again, showing no signs of letting up anytime soon. The war does continue. You did see in Greg's story that Senator Chuck Schumer was in Ukraine. He did hold a fairly brief news conference there where he spoke alongside lawmakers. And I do want to play that news conference for you here, raw and unfiltered. Again, fairly brief overall. But let's pop up that audio.
And thank you very much, Ambassador. And first, I want to thank the Ambassador for helping us in so many different ways. She does an amazing job. She represents the outstanding part of the Foreign Service in the United States. They're just great. And second, thank all of you for coming and making time. I am joined by we are a powerful team. And that's what got this aid passed in the Senate. Just great teamwork on part of our caucus, and we have 4 of the strongest leaders on Ukraine here. Senator Reed, you'll hear from each of them after you hear from me. Senator Reed, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Bennett, Senator Hassan. So first, why are we here? We had to be here. We had to be here. There was no choice. This is an imperative, an obligation, because so much is at stake. So much is at stake here in Ukraine. Obviously, the freedom of Ukraine is at stake. And that is so, so important, not only to the Ukrainian people, but to the world. These beautiful people who we have seen and learned about on our trip here and before need our support. But it goes beyond that. We are here because the United States right now is at a turning point, an inflection point. If we don't stand by our allies around the world will shirk and move away from us. If we let our enemies, the autocrats of the world, succeed here, they will not stop. They will not stop. And we will see greater trouble and conflict in Europe, but not just in Europe, in China, with Iran, with the Middle East, and everywhere else. And the United States which has done so much for freedom in the world, for peace in the world, for security in the world, particularly since World War II, if we turn our back on Ukraine, it has implications that go for a long time. And it will mean that for decades, America will lose out diplomatically, politically, economically, and militarily. So we had to be here. We are so impressed with President Zelensky, his strength and his power and his commitment. We commented he looks younger today than he was 2 years ago with all the when we first met him, with all the travail on his shoulders. He's an amazing man. And we have come here to tell the Ukrainian people, we are with you. The United States is with you. We will not abandon you. We will fight and fight and fight to get this needed aid to you and to your brave soldiers. We went to the cemetery, one of the cemeteries. It was a parking lot until a while back. We saw newly dug graves because there will be more people who will die. And we saw the faces of the brave men and women who had lost their lives, some of whom had lost their lives inevitably because they didn't have all the ammunition that they needed and the need to protect themselves. And so we're here to tell the Ukrainian people, we stand with you. We're also here to tell Europe we are not abandoning Europe. The United States will not abandon Europe. We have to stay there, part of NATO, which has been such the most successful alliance, one of the most successful alliances in history. We cannot abandon them, and we're telling Europe and NATO that. We're also here to let America know the consequences of not doing this important supplemental package, which contains the military and economic aid that Ukraine so desperately needs. We have been told by President Zelensky, we have been told by American and Ukrainian officials that without the aid, Ukraine will lose the war, with the dire consequences to the United States and the West. They will lose the war. We were told that at Avdiivka, if there had been more weaponry available, the outcome would have been different. More ammunition, the outcome would have been different. We were told by an American official that if Ukraine doesn't get the aid, Putin could be right at the Polish border. All too soon. All too soon. So without the aid, Ukraine, America should know, Speaker Johnson and the House Republicans should know, without the aid, we will lose the war. But conversely, we were told by just about everyone we saw, American, Ukrainian, military, political, diplomatic, that if they get the aid, if Ukraine gets the aid, it will win the war. Ukraine is valiant. It has great people, great fighters. They're not asking for a single American to die on the battlefield of Ukraine, but simply give us what they need. And there are many things they need, but we outlined some of them, including air defense, which has been so successful, including HIMARS and ATAC-Ms, including remote anti-mining and long-term ammunition, all of which is in the supplement, is made available in the supplemental package that we passed in the Senate with a very strong vote. We are here to talk directly to Speaker Johnson. We are going to do all we can to tell him what we have learned and, frankly, to pressure him to do the right thing. We tell Johnson that the weight of history is on his shoulders. And if he turns his back on history, he will regret it in future years. We are here to tell Speaker Johnson, come to Ukraine. Visit just who we visited and anyone else you want. See what we saw. And it will be virtually impossible for any person of decency and goodwill to turn his back on Ukraine. So we'd ask him to come here. Speaker Johnson, come to Ukraine, see what we saw, witness what we've witnessed, and we're confident that if you did that, you would understand how important it is to have this aid. And we also tell Speaker Johnson, don't let politics get in the way of something so important. Don't let this, it's not the same as 1938, but there are similar resonances. It's not the same as 1916, but there are similar resonances. And we tell Speaker Johnson, don't let politics get in the way. Don't let blind obeisance to Donald Trump prohibit you or your colleagues from voting for this package. If Speaker Johnson put this bill on the floor today, we're confident it would pass with a large number of both Democrats and Republicans. So it's really in his hands. Again, Speaker Johnson, history is looking down upon you. They're looking over your shoulder. Rise to the occasion. Finally, on a personal note for me, my ancestors came from a place 3 hours from here called Chortkiv. When the Nazis rolled into Chortkiv in 1941, they asked my great-grandmother to assemble her larger family, which was well known in the community, on her porch. And about 35 people gathered from ages 85 to 3 months. And they made the Jewish people go gather in the town square to witness. They told my grandmother, leave, you gotta leave, all of you leave, you gotta leave Chortkiv. She said, we're not moving, and they machine gunned all of them down. I would have had a lot more aunts and uncles, nieces, nephews, cousins, had the world stood up to the brutal dictator named Hitler. Well, there's another brutal dictator, Putin, challenging the world. And if we don't stop him, it will have huge and unforeseen consequences for Ukraine, for Europe, for the United States, for the world. We must stop him by supporting this aid package to Ukraine. Leader Reed. Chairman Reed.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Ambassador. My colleagues, thank you. I particularly want to thank all of my colleagues, especially Senator Schumer, for their great leadership in getting the supplemental package through the United States Senate. Ukraine's fight is our fight. It's the fight of democracy everywhere. Because with Putin's barbaric attack against Ukraine, he signaled that he was attacking decency and democracy throughout the world. We understand if he succeeds in Ukraine, he will not stop. He will continue to undermine democracies throughout this region. And his actions will probably be imitated by countries around the globe, authoritarian countries that wish to overcome their neighbors. But fortunately for the whole world, courageous Ukrainians stood up to Putin, led with courage and great determination by President Zelensky. And we salute that courage, and we salute your president. What you are doing today is protecting not just the Ukraine, but every democracy throughout the world. It's no surprise that the Russians are being aided by China, North Korea, Iran. This is a conflict that is global between democracies and autocracies, between countries that believe in the dignity of the individual and those countries that believe it is just a matter of the power of the emperor or the president, supposedly. We have a fight that is global in nature. Now, with Without our supplies, Ukraine will fail. With our supplies and resources, Ukraine will triumph, NATO will be stronger, democracies everywhere will take a sigh of relief and feel more confident, much more confident about the future. Now, the United States today, and now it is in the hands of Speaker Johnson, is asked to send resources. Give the Ukrainians the tools and the weapons to fight the fight, and they will succeed. If we do not do that, we will soon be asked to send young Americans, because he will not stop at Ukraine. And as someone who had the privilege of leading young Americans in our army, I would much rather send resources to the courageous Ukrainian people than the sons and daughters of our country. So the choice should be very clear to Speaker Johnson and to every American. Do we want to support democracy and freedom and respect the courage of the Ukraine, or do you want to simply capitulate to a barbaric attack by Putin, which would be a precursor to other attacks? I think it's pretty clear. We must help Ukraine, and we must do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Blumenthal.
I'm Richard Blumenthal.
All right, so you are listening to some of the comments that were made by Senator Chuck Schumer and other U.S. lawmakers, all Democrats who did travel over to Kyiv, Ukraine, to mark the second anniversary of the invasion of Russia, rather the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Taking a live look once again on one of our many cameras here, as you can see a live image over Kyiv, Ukraine. Again, today does mark 2 years of war. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look once again over Kyiv, Ukraine, as today does mark 2 years since Russia invaded Ukraine, launching this war. Right before the break, we were hearing from U.S. lawmakers who are over in Ukraine to mark that second anniversary here. Looks like Blumenthal was speaking up next, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
that I spoke to many of you was in the basement of a hotel in Kyiv, because Kyiv was under attack from the air at the time. These attacks are real to you. To us, they are an abstraction. We can talk about them in the vague rhetoric of global politics, but to you, it is a matter of survival. And so to the people of Ukraine, let me just say again, we will stand with you today, tomorrow, and forever. And to Speaker Johnson, as Senator Schumer has said so well, if you come to Ukraine and you see the cemetery that we saw today, and think of the loved ones whose hearts have been broken, if you go to the wall in Kyiv that I visited to place flowers there and see the people of all ages who have perished to sustain democracy, you will have no choice, because America has no choice. Very simply, it is pay now or pay much more later. Pay now in providing arms to the brave fighters who are bleeding and dying, or our own young men and women will be bleeding and dying on the battlefields of Europe. Pay now, or Vladimir Putin will be having dinner in Kyiv and Lviv, and he will occupy this country, and he will commit the kinds of war crimes and atrocities that we saw in Bucha, which I visited, where he shot women and children in the head and buried them in mass graves. Vladimir Putin is a war criminal, a thug, and another Hitler. And we must respond sooner rather than later, because we will pay much more if we fail to heed the call of history. We've heard about the need of Ukraine for more air defense, more mine detection and disruption equipment, and maybe most important, the kind of long-range artillery that can wreck and destroy the bridge that connects Crimea. And we will work and fight for the supplemental that contains all of this military assistance and humanitarian relief, so that Ukraine can survive and reconstruct what it has lost in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And let me say, it is also more than a matter of the supplemental. The United States must enforce sanctions more stringently and toughly. My subcommittee in the Congress, the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation, will hold a hearing this Tuesday which will document that these sanctions are often a sieve. They are often so porous that American semiconductors and chips and other parts and components go into Russian weapons, not directly, but through other parties and other countries. And that flow of support is unacceptable. And we will work for stronger enforcement of the sanctions. And President Biden has proposed new sanctions to match the pace of Putin's savage invasion. Finally, let me say, every time I meet with President Zelensky, I'm inspired again. But most movingly, I am inspired by the people of Ukraine, whose resolve and resilience reminds me of the stories I heard about the Battle of Britain and the people of the United Kingdom who were under attack every day and who held on until America came to their aid. We are at a turning point in this conflict. If we do not provide this aid, as one of the generals said to us, the lines will break. People have been lost already because America has failed to act as quickly as it should have. But There is time now to make it right and to be on the right side of history. And to Speaker Johnson and all who will listen to him, please do the right thing. To my friends in the House, lead or get out of the way. Lead or get out of the way, because history will judge you harshly if you block this very necessary American aid to Ukraine at a time when humanity's future, not just your country's, but humanity itself, is at stake.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader, for bringing us, and Madam Ambassador, thank you for your service, and also to all the...
All right, so you were listening there to Senator Richard Blumenthal. You're hearing from several different U.S. lawmakers, Democratic lawmakers, that are there in Ukraine to mark 2 years of the war. Today marking 2 years since Russia invaded Ukraine, launching the war that is still very much happening at this hour. Again, you are taking a live look over Kyiv, Ukraine from one of the cameras that we have in that area. The time now is 9:54 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:54 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break here, the last one of the hour. And on the other side, we will get right back into your top stories and live events. A lot to get to, so stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over Gaza right now. This is a view from Israel at the Israel-Gaza border. We continue to follow the latest out of the Middle East at this hour, and we know that several families have said that their loved ones were kidnapped by UNRWA workers back on October 7th when Hamas did invade Israel. One of those confirmed dead, Yonatan Samarano. His mother, for the first time, spoke publicly here about her son's body being kidnapped. And I do want to play those comments for you here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, all of you. My name is Violate, and I'm Yonatan's mother. I would like to tell you a little bit about Yonatan, about his core values as a young man, only 21, and the way he was raised. The young adults that go to these kinds of parties like the Nova parties, believe in freedom, in democracy, in accepting each and every one of us as equal. My young boy, my beautiful young boy, he believes in free love. Jonathan and his friends believe in acceptance and care for our world, for the climate, and for all human beings and animals. My young son's generation don't care about religion, faith, sexual orientation, or race. They just want to live a peaceful and happy life. My son was not armed or in a war situation. And his only weapon were his smile, his happiness, and his charm. Jonathan was full of life, always smiling, always joking. Everything he did with happiness. Jonathan was a successful man, young man. People always wanted to be near him, to be his friends. When I was walking in Tel Aviv streets, people always stopped me and told me, you know, I'm Yonti's friend. Even now, wherever I'm going, I meet people who knew him. I just came back from a delegation in New York, the big New York, United States, where a young lady came to me and said, hey, I am Jonathan's friend. We are all living his life. We can't stop living him. Jonathan's entire existence was synonymous with life itself. Even now, when we cannot think about him in relation to tragedy, horror, and murder, Jonathan is the life, and the life is Jonathan. UNRWA worker kidnapped my son. Social one. How can social worker for an organization that's claimed to promote good in this world do something so cruel and unhuman? How can the UN pay this man who dragged my son's limp body on the ground and then picked him as if he was prize to Gaza? How many more lives have been destroyed by this person, holding my son like he is not even a human being into a UNRWA jeep? I'm asking you, does the UN hold my son? Do they know where he is? Bring him back to me. Are there any other hostages held by UN employees, even as we're speaking right now? Please answer me now. Where is my son? I'm not an investigation journalist and cannot answer these questions. I'm just a mother who lost the most precious thing in the world, That is why I'm standing here before you today, asking you, demanding even, have the courage to ask these questions. Tell my son's story to the world. Tell them who did this to him. And share the unbelievable story that I just told you. Thank you.
And those were the comments right there by Ayelet Semerano, speaking for the first time about her son, Yonatan, whose body was taken over to Gaza and does remain there. I want to pull up this live image right here showing the Israel-Gaza border as we do get into the latest headlines. Now, reports out of Saudi Arabia claiming the Hamas terrorists have softened their demands amid discussions over a hostage release and ceasefire deal. Those reports stating Hamas is no longer demanding a complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza, but instead asking the IDF to leave some major population centers and allow displaced Gaza residents to return home. Hamas also appearing to accept an initial truce rather than a permanent ceasefire, at least initially. All of this comes as Israel has sent a delegation to Paris for talks that appear to be progressing, according to several officials that are out there. Again, those reports coming in out of Saudi Arabia. I do want to talk about the latest developments here, so let's bring in Avi Melamed, a friend of the show, a former Israeli intelligence official, and the founder of the Inside the Middle East Institute. Avi, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us and break down some of the latest headlines.
Hello, Josh. Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Of course. Well, first off, can we kind of talk about this report that is now circulating saying that Hamas is kind of softening its demands? What is your take overall on that report?
Well, we should look at the report cautiously, even though I would say there may be some base to those reports. I think there are a couple of reasons that support that. I think that there is a growing pressure on Hamas, both internally and from the environment, like the Gaza people, and from the region, Arab states, to become more flexible. We have to remember also that the Israeli military pressure is mounting on Hamas. Israel made it very clear and very decisively that if there is going to be no advance or no progress in the whole negotiations, Israel will launch a massive ground operation in Rafah. I think so. All in all, looking at all those components, I think there is, and I'm saying that cautiously, there is some base to evaluate that those reports are reflecting something accurate.
I want to talk about the Rafah offensive here. Is that essentially still imminent? It's been discussed over the past several weeks. Netanyahu has said it is going to happen. So at this point, is it really just a matter of when?
Well, it is imminent. It's not necessarily to say that it will take place. I would say that it mostly depends upon the progress in the context of the deal with Hamas vis-a-vis the issue of the Israeli hostages. If there will be a momentum, if there will be a progress, we could see it's very likely to evaluate that Israel will hold for the time being this planned ground operation in Rafah. But again, it all connects to the issue of the hostages. I think it's very important to emphasize Israel is determined to bring back all the hostages one way or another. And in that context, Rafah and the issue of Rafah is yet one of the major cards Israel holds in its hands to achieve that objective.
We heard from Netanyahu as he did unveil his initial thoughts, his initial plan for a post-war Gaza and who will govern it. What do we know so far about that initial report?
Well, apparently the idea is, roughly speaking, going along a couple of guiding lines. A, involvement of Arab states in re-establishing stability in Gaza Strip. B, making sure that Hamas will not be any longer able to continue to rule Gaza Strip. Another major thing, I think, in that plan is that Israel will hold the security control over Gaza Strip, at least for a preliminary or beginning of some period of time. And one of the interesting things to look at is that currently that program does not really include the PA, the Palestinian Authority, as the factor that will reclaim sovereignty and control over Gaza Strip, even though it does not necessarily exclude such a scenario down the road. These are, I would say, the major guiding lines of Netanyahu's plan or Netanyahu's draft for the day after.
And Hamas has come out and said the plan, quote, will never succeed. Your thoughts on that comment? Is that what you'd expect from the terrorist organization?
Yes, definitely. And I think we have to re-emphasize again, look, Hamas is not going to vanish. It's not going to disappear. It's going to stay around. The only issue here, in the end of the day, is to make sure that Hamas, who up until October 7 viewed itself as a regional player, will not be any longer able to continue and to play destructive role as he did. Hamas caused atrocities and terror and death. He dragged Gaza Strip to devastation. There is a lot of anger in Gaza Strip and in the Arab world on Hamas. But Hamas is not going to disappear. The meaning of that there has to be some reshuffling of political inner power within the Palestinians themselves, because in the end of the day, the Palestinians must make a decision. Are they going to continue to take Hamas' path, and we know where this path leading to, or are they going to try to create a new political inner dialogue and system within the Palestinians that could take the Palestinian people on a different trajectory other than trajectory of death and destruction Hamas is offering?
A report from the UN that was released Friday said that it identified human rights violations not just committed by Hamas, but committed by all parties in Israel and the Palestinian territories, the agency demanding accountability. But considering everything going on, does that report by the UN really mean much?
No, it does not. I think that I would look at this report as some kind of like an attempt of the UN agency to do some damage control following the disclosure of evidence showing participants of UN employees in massacres of civilians, in Israeli civilians, and kidnapping of Israeli civilians. I must say that you might not be surprised to know that in Israeli public opinion, the UN agencies, United Nations Relief and Welfare Agency, is viewed as part of Hamas infrastructure in the West Bank. And by the way, there are, surprisingly enough, there are voices in the Arab world who also called for the dismantling of the United Nations Relief and Welfare Agency.
Now, Israel is sending this delegation over to Paris. We've talked about the hostage release deal that could end up happening here. Are we any closer, in your opinion, than we were a month, a few weeks ago, several months ago? How close are we to an actual deal?
Well, Josh, I cannot estimate, of course, in terms of distances, but I would say that we are closer. I think, as I mentioned before, there are a couple of factors that contribute to this assessment. To that, we have to add the fact that we are approaching the month of Ramadan, the holiest month of Muslims, starting in the middle of March. I think this is also something that plays a role in the calculation or the softening, seemingly, of Hamas' position vis-a-vis potential deal with Israel. So I would say cautiously that I think that we are getting closer. It seems like there is a path open towards that direction, that end, but still, we have to be very cautious and follow developments very closely.
All right, my last question for you here before I let you go is Yahya Sinwar. Is there any word on where he could actually be? There are reports that are circulating pretty much all over the place. There's a report saying that he's suffering from pneumonia. There's a report saying that maybe he's in Egypt somewhere. Do we know, do we have any actual intel on where he might be?
Israeli intelligence may have such information, intel, but I would guess that the Israeli intelligence would not share such an information. It's also possible that the Egyptians have some good knowledge about the whereabouts of Sinwar. I heard the rumors or the reports about allegedly, possibly, that Sinwar has fled to Egypt and is hiding in Egypt. I doubt those reports.
All right. Avi, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us. Anything you want to add before I let you go?
Well, thank you, Josh, for having me. Just one thing, and I have to re-emphasize it. I've been saying that, and I wrote about it in my previous books. For example, in my last book in 2022, I wrote very clearly, and I said, look, the world and the international community continues to exempt Hamas from responsibility that is going to result in havoc, death, and destruction for Israelis and Palestinians. We saw that unfortunately materialize in October 7. I re-emphasized my call. The world and the international community must hold Hamas accountable and responsible and act accordingly.
All right. Thank you again, Avi, for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Josh. Good day.
All right, everybody, taking a live look at some of the cameras that we do have popping up here. This is actually the White House over in Washington, D.C. You can see right now that there's another shot that's popping up. I do want to pull it up for you here. It looks like this is actually a polling spot that is over in Columbia, South Carolina, as we know that the South Carolina primary is officially underway here. Nikki Haley taking on former President Donald Trump, who is way ahead in the polls. Coming up tonight, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, our very own Andrew Kraft will have live coverage as those results start to come in. So be sure to watch us right here on Live Now. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour at 10:13 on the East Coast and 7:13 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back into the headlines and a big story that we have been following over the last several days. An arrest has now been made in connection with the murder of a nursing student on the University of Georgia campus. This happening in Athens, Georgia, just a couple days ago. And about 24 hours after the victim's body was found, this man right here on your screen was arrested. Anna Eliopoulos with Fox News bringing us the details.
A suspect in the death of 22-year-old Laken Hope Riley is in police custody, and authorities say there is no longer a threat to the community.
We are obtaining arrest warrants for Jose Antonio Ibarra, 26 years of age. He lives here in Athens, but is not a U.S. citizen.
Riley is the woman who was found dead on the University of Georgia campus. She was an Augusta University nursing student. Riley was reported missing by a friend who grew concerned after she failed to return after a morning run. Students are shocked because the location where the body was found is known to be a busy place.
People bring their dogs and their friends. It's usually a super social place, so it's definitely not somewhere that I ever thought was unsafe.
University of Georgia police say Riley had visible injuries and foul play is suspected. Extensive campus security cameras could be the key to this investigation.
My investigators will be working this case day and night. They will look at every camera that we have. I don't want to say where the security cameras were, but we do have security cameras here on campus.
Officials are advising students to travel in groups and avoid the wooded area where Riley's body was found. Students came together Thursday night for a prayer vigil.
I want to offer my most sincerest condolences to the grieving family, friends, and campus partners.
The University of Georgia canceled classes Friday. In New York, Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
Anna, thank you so much. And right here is the booking photo that was released of the suspect. And just moments ago, our Fox 5 Atlanta station was in court for the suspect's first appearance. It was very brief, but I want to play it for you here, raw and unfiltered.
Okay, are we ready to proceed? All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Judge Donrell Green. I'll be presiding over the first appearance hearing for Mr. Jose Antonio Ibarra. Present representing Mr. Ibarra is John Donnelly, Western Circuit Public Defender Director, and Public Defender Aaron Wallace. Providing translation is an employee of the Public Defender's Office, Brittany Lopez, and Jose Antonio Ibarra is also present in the courtroom. The court has considered the request of the media for coverage, and that request was obviously granted with some limitations. And so now we are appropriately in a position to proceed with first appearance. And so Mr. Ibarra has been charged with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, obstructing an emergency call, and concealing the death of another person. Have you had an opportunity to explain these charges to your client, Mr. Donnelly?
Yes.
All right. Any questions about the charges?
No, sir.
All right. This court is not authorized under Georgia law to set bond in light of these charges. However, Mr. Ibarra will have an opportunity to petition for bond before a Superior Court judge at a later date. I don't have a preset date to give at this time, but of course his attorneys are capable and aware of the processes related to that. This matter will be sent to Superior Court for further proceedings. Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, so bond will be denied for today. I do encourage Mr. Ibarra to stay in contact with his attorney, or with his attorneys at the Public Defender's Office. I'm sure they have advised him of his rights and will continue to do so. And if there's nothing further.
And Your Honor, just as to that matter, part of the reason we are here today is not only to assert the Sixth Amendment right to counsel and, officially enter our appearance, which we will reduce to writing at the first opportunity Monday, business opens, but also go ahead and assert his Fourth Amendment rights and the corresponding provisions under the Georgia Constitution. Any waiver that may have previously been given is hereby rescinded, and we will certainly also reduce that to writing as far as searches of any persons, places, records, medical records, things of that nature. And we're also asserting his rights under the Fifth Amendment to remain silent under the U.S. Constitution and corresponding provisions of the Georgia Constitution. And we will certainly also reduce that to writing and serve the appropriate parties on Monday, that we are revoking any prior waivers.
Okay. Understood. Very good. And so one is denied, and here's a copy of the court's order for both the sheriff's office as well as the defendant. And if there's nothing further, it does conclude this matter. Thank you.
All right, a very brief initial court appearance for the suspect accused of murdering a nursing student at Augusta University on the UGA campus. This is a story that we have been tracking very closely here on Live Now from Fox as it has been developing. Now, a bit early on this morning, I did have a chance to speak with one of the reporters there at Fox 5 Atlanta as they were covering this story on the ground. I want to play that quick report for you here on Live Now from Fox. The latest now on a developing story on the University of Georgia campus. That is where a nursing student at Augusta University was found murdered a few days ago. Now we're learning a suspect is in custody. Lindsay Tuman with our Fox 5 Atlanta team has been following this story, joining us now from Athens with those details. Good morning, Lindsay. A lot of people are feeling a bit of a sigh of relief knowing that a suspect has been taken into custody.
Yeah, Josh, it was quick work by police and local investigators here, and what they've told us is that 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra is now behind bars here at the Athens Clark County Jail. They brought him into custody last night. They tell us that he is a citizen of Venezuela here in Athens illegally. They also say this appears to be a crime of opportunity. UGA police brought Jose Antonio Ibarra into custody Friday night in connection to the death of 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley.
He has been charged with the following: malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, hindering a 911 call, and concealing the death of another.
Riley's friend called police on Thursday when she did not return home from a run near the intramural fields on the UGA campus. Police found her unconscious and not breathing in a nearby wooded area behind Lake Herrick. Police say they were able to link 26-year-old Jose Antonio Ibarra to the crime.
He lives here in Athens, but is not a U.S. citizen.
Laken attended UGA through the spring of 2023. She was in the Augusta University nursing program studying in Athens. Investigators say she and the suspect did not appear to know each other.
At this time, the investigation suggests that they had no relationship. He did not know her at all. I think this was a crime of opportunity where he saw an individual and bad things happen.
Investigators spent much of Friday collecting evidence, looking through video footage, and searching the suspect's apartment.
The evidence suggests that this was a solo act. We took 3 or 4 people in custody. However, we're only going to arrest 1 in this case.
Yeah, and that one being Ibarra, who's now behind bars here in the Athens Clark County Jail without bond. No word yet on when he'll face that first appearance, but we're going to be following those developments as they come up. Back to you, Josh.
All right, and Lindsay, we understand that the suspect's brother was also arrested here. What do we know about that?
So from what we've gathered from the U.S. U.S. Attorney's Office is that investigators actually picked up Diego Ibarra. They thought that he matched the description of a suspect in a homicide. They later determined that to be his brother Jose, but Diego is being charged with providing a false green card, and he could face up to 10 years behind bars for that. Now, he is not being charged at all in connection to this homicide, though. Those are completely unrelated charges.
All right. Thank you so much, Lindsay Tuman, there with our Fox 5 Atlanta team following the story on the ground. We appreciate it, and we'll check back in, of course, as there are updates. And again, that suspect seen on your screen just appearing in court a short time ago, where a judge did deny him bond. Now, it's not clear when his next hearing will be. It's also likely that we will get some more developments on the case in the coming days via our Fox 5 Atlanta team. We will bring all of that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to head to a quick break here at 10:26 on the East Coast and 7:26 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and our next story takes us over to New York. That is where Manhattan DA Bragg says the extradition fight over the Soho murder suspect, quote, cheapens justice. Bragg held a news conference to fire back at the prosecutor over in Maricopa County, Arizona, after she bashed him and his policies on Monday. Bragg's office initially sent out a statement, but decided that that statement was not enough and they wanted to do even more. Riyad Al-Mansari, the man that police say is wanted for beating and strangling a 38-year-old mother to death inside a Soho hotel room, does have an extensive criminal history that spans several states, including New York. The 26-year-old also connected to several crimes in Florida, Arizona, and Texas. That is according to the NYPD. Police said Al-Mansari has a history of targeting women. Some of them are escorts. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team brings us the latest.
It is deeply disturbing to me that a member of my profession, a member of law enforcement, would choose to play political games in a murder case.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg took a fiery swipe back at Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell after she announced her refusal to extradite 26-year-old murder suspect Rod Al-Mansari. In a Wednesday press briefing, Mitchell said Bragg couldn't be trusted to keep Al-Mansari behind bars and claimed he would be safer in Arizona police custody. Bragg called her remarks old-fashioned political grandstanding.
Her reasoning, not because that's what the law dictates, not because that's what advances justice.
We have a case here and we have him in custody.
Mitchell doubled down on her decision in an interview on Fox and Friends and said she plans to prosecute Al-Mansari on 2 violent Arizona felonies before sending him back to New York. On February 18th, he was taken into custody and is charged with stabbing one woman during an attempted carjacking and another inside a McDonald's bathroom.
And I want to be very clear to the public. We're not saying that he will never be prosecuted in New York for what he did, but we're saying we're going first.
Al-Mansari's crime spree began earlier this month when he allegedly beat and strangled 38-year-old Denise Olias Arancibia to death inside a Soho 54 hotel room. The medical examiner ruled her cause of death a homicide caused by blunt force trauma to the head. Al-Mansari is also no stranger to law enforcement. His rap sheet includes arrests in Texas and Florida, where police say he kidnapped and sexually assaulted a woman. The state attorney's office there says the charges were dropped due to a lack of evidence. The victim in that attack, Leah Palian, spoke with our sister station, Fox 35 Orlando.
It's super heartbreaking because I feel like it could have been prevented.
So we are talking about a suspect accused of crimes in multiple states, including Texas, Florida, and New York, as well as Arizona. Now, you could hear in Briella's story that Alvin Bragg was firing back, getting a little bit heated here. I do want to play more of his comments, raw and unfiltered.
I want to start by saying that my thoughts and my heart are with the victims in Arizona, and obviously the victim's family here in New York. That is where all of our focus should be and our priority. Yesterday we learned from a press conference that the Maricopa County attorney was refusing to extradite a suspect in a Manhattan murder investigation. Her reasoning, not because that's what the law dictates, not because that's what advances justice, not because of a concern for victims, not at the request of the NYPD, but rather plain and simple, old-fashioned grandstanding and politics. I've been a prosecutor for 20 years. That should have no place in our profession. It is deeply disturbing to me that a member of my profession, a member of law enforcement, would choose to play political games in a murder case. So what I want to do is take a few moments to correct the record on a few things, to talk about the facts, the data, and the statistics, some of which are behind me. Let me start with, first, during my tenure, the last 2 years, shootings are down 24% in Manhattan. I'm sorry, shootings are down 38% in Manhattan. Homicides are down 24%. Manhattan, my county, which I'm honored to lead, our murder rate is less than half that of Phoenix, Arizona's. In 2023, they had 198 criminal homicides. Here in Manhattan, we had 73. As I'm sure you've heard our mayor say before, we are the safest big city in America, and that is true. Overall crime is down in New York City. It is down even further in Manhattan. Indeed, Manhattan is driving that decline. That is the data. Those are the facts. And these facts and statistics don't come out of thin air. They're not a coincidence. They are a byproduct of the hard work of the career public servants and prosecutors in the Manhattan DA's office and the hardworking men and women of the New York Police Department, which is second to none in law enforcement in our country. Again, working together, for example, we prosecuted 20% more gun cases. This is the data. These are the facts. County DA Mitchell has, I don't know how to say it, just gotten it wrong at every single term. She professes concern that a murder suspect in Manhattan would be released. I do not know what they do in Arizona, but I know that here in this county, New York County, we routinely seek and get remands, which means the person's in custody in our murder cases. Those are the facts. I've heard she also was on Fox and Friends this morning saying that 4 Manhattan suspects were picked up by ICE in her county. This has demonstrably been proven to be false now for weeks. So to repeat a baseless falsehood on national TV is beyond the pale. The Department of Homeland Security, ICE, has said these were not those 4 suspects. The NYPD has said that. My office has said it publicly. Different names, different dates of birth, different fingerprints, different people. My office has indicted 7 people in the despicable and heinous attack on 2 of New York's finest. Those 7 people have appeared in New York court and are being held, as we speak, in pretrial detention. Those are the facts. Let me talk about extradition. This is a process that professional prosecutors do literally every day of the year. Red state, blue state, purple state, it does not matter. What matters are the facts and the administration of justice. So it pains me to be talking about this publicly. This is something that professional prosecutors like those in my office are handled by a phone call. And their questions like, what do your victims need? Is there an age issue? Do we need to move faster here or there? What are the statute of limitations in your case? Do you have any evidence that might spoil? Those are the questions that professional prosecutors ask. They do not go on TV and have a press conference and grandstand about the nuts and bolts process of extradition. That ignores the needs of the case. It cheapens justice, and it does not center the victims. It is inappropriate. I've been doing this now for 20 years. I have never seen anything like it, let alone in a murder investigation. So let me be clear what we do in Manhattan. In the words of my most famous predecessor, this is what we wake up and do every day. We follow the facts without fear or favor. The job is simple. I tell this to our new ADAs who start. You do the right thing. You do the right thing for the right reason, and you do the right thing in the right way. That's the job. That's the role. That's what I've done for 20 years. That's what I will continue to do. My sincere and abiding hope is that my counterpart in Arizona will start to do the same. I'll take questions.
Just, okay, at this stage of the game, is there anything that you can do?
Well, I hope, as I said in my last remarks, that reason and professionalism will take hold. The process, the next step in the process, Typically, and we anticipate here, will be a hearing in Arizona where the defendant will have the opportunity to consent or not to extradition. If he consents, it's a moot issue. But what I'm hoping is that we will have regular professional conversations about the nuts and bolts administration of law. That's what we need to do. It pains me to be here talking about this. This is a phone call.
What if he doesn't consent?
Then if he does not consent, I anticipate, just like in our other extradition proceedings, then we'll have an extradition package. Interestingly enough here, this is an issue that goes from governor to governor after it's prepared. So in some ways, that underscores the political grandstanding. This is not the Maricopa County Attorney's decision, and I'm hoping that facts, law, justice, and reason will prevail.
Yeah. Doesn't the suspect have to fight the charges there first before coming here anyway?
No, then that's the matter when I talk about what professional prosecutors do. That's the phone call I'm talking about. That's the conversation. Now, we have a homicide case, so there's really nothing more important than a murder case. So I would think that should take priority, but the conversation that is supposed to take place, because there are victims in Arizona too, and that's a serious case. What's supposed to happen is, do you need to go first for some reason? Do you have a victim who has a health issue? What are the statute of limitations on assaults in Arizona? What is the evidence? And then I talk about what we need here. That's what's supposed to happen. Not at a podium, but behind a desk with books of law, with professional prosecutors talking. That's what I'm hoping my counterpart will generally get back to.
What's next for you? Do you plan on sending anyone there from your office to fight this extradition?
Well, what's next, as I said, is the hearing, and we'll take it from there. We'll see. I won't sort of deal in hypos. That's what's next.
So it sounds like you believe that your case should be prosecuted first before the Arizona case because this is a murder and their cases are not. Is that correct?
Well, look, it's a little more nuanced than that, and we've talked a lot, so you know me, right? It's driven by the facts. It's driven by the circumstances. What I know is that both cases are important. As a general matter, a murder investigation is nothing more important than that. But the conversation that's supposed to happen is the ones I've talked about. They may have a statute of limitations issue in Arizona, right? They may have an issue about a piece of evidence, that's they may be worried about someone's memory may fade. But that's the conversation. That's the granular work that professional DA's offices, that my career public servants do every single day. And again, without regard to blue state, red state, purple state, green state, this is about justice. This is about those victims. So we want to have that conversation.
And has the Maricopa County prosecutor, has she reached out to you? Have you guys had any conversations?
She had a press conference.
Julia?
Yeah, Mr. Bragg, don't you think, though, that she was making more reference to the appearance that your office lets people out without bail, that there are, in the case of the officers, the assaults on the officers, that those defendants were let out without bail and had to be found or located, and that your office is not tough on particular defendants?
So I'm not going to engage in conjecture what's in our head, but this is the data, Julietta. This is the data, right? 24% decline in homicides in 2 years, 38% decline in shootings. This is the data. Manhattan is safer, and we gave you the data on the homicides in Phoenix, Arizona. These are the facts. I don't know what's in her head, but what's in her head is not the data and what's not the facts. And you ask about Times Square again. Let's talk about the facts. She talks about 4 people found in Phoenix, different date of birth, different fingerprints, different names. Weeks later, she says that's the same person. I was going to ask you a question, but I won't ask it. I mean, you know what that is. That's not reasonable. That's not the work of career prosecutors. That's not following the facts. That's a baseless, shameless mistruth, right? So what we did here in Manhattan was we did a thorough, rigorous investigation, kind of like going for 20 years. We identified the right people, charged them with the right crimes, indicted them, brought them into a Manhattan court, and they're all in custody. So I don't know what's in her mind, but those are the facts.
I'll take one more. Mitchell has said, the suspect in this case is behind bars, so essentially what difference does it make? He's not going to be released back to society. Why is it important that he is held to account in this case? And have you spoken with anybody from the victim's family?
Well, you hit the nail on the head. What's important, both these cases are important, but what's important is that we center the victims, and I'm not going to talk about kind of any confidential conversations, but we center them and we not cheapen the most important type of case historically, right? A murder investigation. right? We should be talking about the victim's family, when a trial date is. That's what we should be talking about. We should not be talking about political grandstanding. So it pains me to be here with you. Sadly, we are here. I have to correct the record when someone goes on TV and says that 4 people were arrested. It had absolutely nothing to do. And we got the 7 people right here in custody. If she wants to come see them, that's where they are. And then ignores these facts. Like, we have career public servants who are working hard as we speak to make these numbers a reality. Right? These don't manifest themselves out of thin air. This is every single day. We sit with our federal, local, and state partners. We focus on the drivers of crime, and we secure accountability. So that's what's going on here. I don't know what's going on in Arizona beyond the data, but I know what's going on here, and I'm not going to stand by and have someone cheapen our process, lie to the public, and really denigrate the great work that the career public servants are doing in my office. I'm not going to stand by for it.
Our last question, I'll go to Nikki. Mitchell, in her press conference, she called you out by name. Did that raise the temperature at all? What did you think when you heard that?
My name doesn't matter. What matters are the victims, that justice be done, right? So if she hadn't said my name, she just said Manhattan. If she said New York City, if she said something by reference to me, that's not what matters. And I think that's the problem here, right? We're having a conversation about 2 prosecutors. The conversation should be about victims' family. That's what we do here in Manhattan. Since I've been district attorney, our use of our survivor services is up 200%. Every single ADA applicant who I interview with, I tell them about that. I said that 200% is very meaningful to me. It means that advocates and social workers and counselors are being brought in to meet with our witnesses so we can address trauma. That's what we should be talking about. So my name doesn't matter. The people of Manhattan, our safety, our security, accountability, victims, witnesses, the administration of justice, that's what matters. That's why we're here. Thank you.
And that was Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg as he was holding a news conference. I mentioned here before it started that his office did release a statement, then initially said, you know what, we need to actually hold a news conference and answer reporter questions as he fires back against the Maricopa County prosecutor who is holding on to a man suspected of murder in New York City. 10:46 on the East Coast and 7:46 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more coverage on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you to a live image coming in courtesy of the Associated Press here. This is over in Rome as an anti-war march is underway in support of Ukraine as the world does mark the second anniversary of the Russian invasion that led to that war that is still underway. Greg Palcott with Fox News has been on the ground covering the latest and filed this report.
The war in Ukraine might be hitting a milestone, but Russia is taking no pause. In the past 24 hours, it's launched some 33 drones and 6 missiles. Most knocked down, but some got through, killing 4, injuring 9, leaving damage. For some here, the very fact that Ukraine is still standing after 2 years of intense war is an achievement.
We exist, we are alive, and we are here, and we are fighting.
But things are not going well. Vladimir Putin's military is making inroads, and Kyiv's arsenal is running low, especially with some $60 billion in military aid tied up on Capitol Hill.
Nobody can fill the gap if United States will step out, and that's why it's so important for us.
Senator Chuck Schumer led a delegation to Ukraine today trying to assure the locals. Only Democratic senators here this time, no Republicans or members of the House, where the spending is blocked.
We are here to talk directly to Speaker Johnson. We tell Johnson that the weight of history is on his shoulders. And if he turns his back on history, he will regret it in future years.
Life and death concerns for places like Bucha near Kyiv that saw some of the worst of the war early on. Hundreds killed and tortured, houses destroyed, tanks everywhere. Now the streets are cleared, buildings renovated, those lost memorialized. Still, as shoppers scurry for food where they were shooting, they're still worried about a war seemingly without end.
I'm still very anxious. The real war was here.
For the people of Ukraine, the real war remains everywhere. 2 years ago this night, Russian missiles started to rain down on Kyiv and Ukraine. The war had started. A grim reminder of that just a few hours ago, sirens were once again heard in the Ukrainian capital. Russian drones were heading towards the city. No impacts were reported. The war continues. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Sorry about that. That was quite loud, but that is a live look over in Rome, Italy, where you can hear that there is a march underway in support of Ukraine as the war with Russia does continue. Today marking 2 years. We are told that Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will be speaking any moment now, and there is expected to be an English translation on it, so we'll bring you those comments in full here on Live Now from Fox as they do get underway. I want to pop the audio up on this. Obviously, it is not in English, but you can hear some of the background sound that lets you feel like you are there as part of that march.
Ora colgo occasione per ringraziare questa donna per il contributo che la sua lotta politica ha fatto alla liberazione dei vitali martiri e al giusto processo che ha avuto vitali Silvia Manzi.
All right, that is a march that is underway over in Rome, Italy at this hour, marking 2 years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the launch of that war. Again, once Zelensky does start speaking, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Time to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but much more coverage on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over in Columbia, South Carolina at one of the polling spots here. All eyes, or at least some of them, on South Carolina as Nikki Haley hopes to take on former President Donald Trump in today's primary. Do want to bring in Dr. David Richards, an associate professor of international relations and political science at the University of Lynchburg, to break down all the latest. Dr. Richards, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Sure, my pleasure. Glad to be here.
All right, so I said some eyes are on South Carolina because a lot of people have just said, well, former President Donald Trump is going to be the Republican nominee. It doesn't matter. What should people be watching out for when it comes to this South Carolina primary?
Well, yes. So, Donald Trump is ahead in the polling. The last sort of conglomerate poll that I looked at had him ahead by 30 points. So there's not a whole lot of suspense about what's going to happen today. But there could be some interesting things happening. Definitely some things to look out for is South Carolina is an open primary. So that means that anyone can vote in the primary as long as they didn't vote in the Democratic primary a couple weeks ago. So and that primary had a very low turnout. So there's some idea that maybe some Democrats or independents will come out and vote for Nikki Haley, and maybe that will increase her chances of closing in on Trump. But look, we don't really expect a whole lot of votes to come out that way. Overall, the voter turnout will be interesting. It's a relatively nice day in South Carolina. It's certainly not freezing or blizzarding or anything like that. So the expectation is, okay, if we have a lot of people come out to vote today in South Carolina, that means people are excited about the presidential race and excited about what's going on. I think the reality is we'll see somewhat depressed turnout. I don't think people are super motivated at this point because the outcome is kind of already known, and there's really no surprise in store for us at the end of the day. But if there is, hey, that'll be a news story.
Yeah, a lot of people have asked Nikki Haley, why is she still in the race at this point? What is your breakdown of what you think is the reasoning behind her decision to stay in the race when she is so far behind in those polls?
I have no idea. No, but seriously, I think there's been some speculation about what's going on. I think initially there was some speculation that she was running for vice president. I think she's put that to rest. Certainly, her the way that she's talked about Trump and sort of the campaign pivot over the past few weeks to really go after Trump has kind of closed that door for her for vice president. There's some expectation that she's running for 2028, perhaps at this point. I think the problem that she's going to run into is the longer she runs, the more of the GOP she annoys and the more of the Trump supporters she annoys. And I think she starts to kind of undermine her own efforts. What I have heard, of course, is that this is also something she is doing because she can do, right? And so she has the money. She certainly has the time. And as long as the folks who are against Trump, the never Trumpers, are going to continue to support her campaign financially, then there's almost no reason for her to stop, right? This is, she's going out, she's doing what she does best, which is politicking and running for office. And so why should she stop just because there's no chance that she can win? I'm being a little facetious there.
What happens when she does, if she does drop out of the race? What then happens? Essentially, at this point, many people have said that former President Trump is already the Republican nominee, but I guess that would make it kind of official, and then we look ahead to the actual election itself.
Yeah, so in some ways, if she drops out, not a whole lot changes because there's sort of this momentum. So Super Tuesday is coming up on March 5th. Voting is already underway for that, especially in my home state of Virginia. I've seen, signs to, vote here and things like that. So in some ways, the machinery is already up and running, and you can't really stop that. So the primaries will continue forward. They're going to, obviously there won't be as much interest in them because the outcome will be already known. But then we're going to probably get, as I've been telling people, look, if Haley does drop out, and if Kennedy continues to not really have the traction and not get the attention that he wants, then we're down to Trump and Biden. And you can kind of take the spring off in the early summer until we get to the Republican convention in July. And then things will pick back up in terms of the presidential race. But we're not looking at a whole lot of excitement coming up unless Haley does manage to do something either today or on Super Tuesday.
Does it appear at this point that we are set for kind of a rematch between Biden and Trump here in 2024? And going a step further, based on what you've seen, based on the polling, is there any indication as to which of those two presidents and former president will be elected to a second term here?
Yes. So when I'm looking at the polling, what I'm seeing is often Trump is the winner in a head-to-head with Biden, but it's usually by 2 or 3 points, which is in the margin of error. So as you know, with most polling, there is going to be some error rate, which means if they say that 40% will vote for Trump, it could actually be more like 37%, or it could be 43%, or somewhere in between there. And of course, it could be completely a whole nother number. But generally, polls are within, say, 3%. So the problem is if Trump is winning by 2%, does that mean he actually is going to win, or can Biden pull something off and win? Every time Biden wins one poll, it kind of resets everything and people kind of scramble because the margins are so close. I think, at this point, barring some unfortunate occurrence, it is going to be Trump and Biden. The question I think that most people have is what is Biden's path forward to beat Trump if he's not doing very well in the polls? I think if the economy continues to do well, if inflation continues to be tamed, and employment continues to be good, then maybe Biden can make that case to the American people, which I'm not sure he's been able to do yet. However, if things go south, if inflation starts rising again, or if there's some sort of, it looks like we're headed towards a recession, then I think Trump, definitely has a much better case to say, okay, Biden needs to leave. I think the campaign is going to center around both candidates trying to sort of undermine the other candidate rather than focusing on what we would hope that it would focus on, which would be the issues that we face, whether they're economic issues or infrastructure issues or immigration issues, things that the American people are concerned about. My fear is they get left behind as this election goes forward because Trump and Biden will sort of just be sniping at each other rather than focusing on what the American people are worried about.
Do you think that Trump already has a vice presidential pick in mind? Some have said it's too early. He likes to, wait till a little bit later to make any sort of decision like that. But do you think that he has somebody in mind that he does want to be his VP pick?
I think part of it is he likes to keep people guessing. I think he likes the idea that we keep asking, okay, who are you going to have for vice president? Because that does two things. One, it keeps people interested. But two, that's a great question because he doesn't have the nomination yet, right? So why would he pick his vice president if he's not even the presidential candidate for the Republicans yet? But of course, obviously, at this point, he probably will be. So the names that I have heard, he gave the Hill a list of 6 people, including Ramaswamy and DeSantis and Scott and some folks, including Tulsi Gabbard in the House. Of those 6, most of them were either women or minorities. And so that gave some insight into what Trump is thinking about sort of strategically. How is he going to run against Biden and Harris? If he has maybe a vice president who is not a white male, then maybe that will help him. In fact, I saw something basically, I think it was USA Today reported that DeSantis was kind of complaining about that Trump's picks were all minorities and women. And, basically Trump said, well, or Trump's people said, that's why DeSantis is off the list, because he's making trouble. But yeah, I think at this point, it's pure speculation. I would be really surprised if Trump has locked somebody in. But in looking at the list, I think Scott is a reasonable choice. I think that if that choice would not be all that surprising, and strategically it would make sense for Trump. He doesn't poll well with African Americans, and maybe that would help. And maybe it would show some intent for him to reach out to, beyond the base that he has already.
My last question here, what is next primary-wise? What should we be looking forward to?
So Super Tuesday, right? That's coming up. A whole bunch of states, including Virginia, where I am right now. So that's going to be very exciting. Lots of play there. I think, if for some reason Haley today doesn't do incredibly poorly, if she somehow closes the gap and rekindles the slight, kind of interest that she's going to have, then I think that Super Tuesday might come into play, right? There are 847 delegates at stake. You need something like 1250 or 1275 to clinch the nomination. So if she could do really well on Super Tuesday, that would keep her campaign alive. The problem is the polling in states, even like a state like Virginia or Massachusetts, where she's doing better than some other states, she's still trailing by 30, 40, 50 points. So Super Tuesday may be a last chance, but I don't see her pulling something out unless things really radically change over the next few weeks. And like I said, after that, the primary season kind of calms down. There's no sort of really large, big grab of delegates available. And we kind of settle into a season where, maybe third-party candidates like Kennedy get some attention and make some noise, but it's going to really be kind of quiet. And the primaries are going to happen regardless. They've already been scheduled, and we're going to go forward. But we're getting down to the wire, the last chance for any excitement to come out of Haley's campaign.
All right. Dr. David Richards there, University of Lynchburg. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, look for an early evening this evening. I think we'll be done by 8, if not 7:15. The polls close at 7. But thank you very much for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, taking a live look at the White House here. I do want to remind you that coming up at 7 o'clock tonight, starting at 7 Eastern time, that is when our very own Andrew Kraft will be hosting a special here as those results start to come in. So you can watch those right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour. And on the other side here, we will head over to Ukraine. That is where there is a ceremony of sorts that is underway, marking 2 years since the invasion by Russia that launched the war. That's coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over in Rome, Italy at this hour. This is actually a protest, a demonstration of sorts that is marking the second anniversary of the Russia invasion of Ukraine. These folks here obviously waving Ukrainian flags, and they are supporting Ukraine in this war. Again, today does mark 2 years since that Russian invasion. So Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, speaking alongside others right now, including Ursula von der Leyen. So let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Of Ukraine. Thank you so much, dear friends of Ukraine, dear guests, dear journalists, Ukrainians. This day is filled with special formats of international cooperation. It is a peculiar day for our country. Today in Kiev we have Giorgia Meloni, Madam Head of Council of Ministers of Italy, country that now holds presidency in G7, Ursula von der Leyen, Madam President of EU Commission, Alexander De Croo, Mr. Prime Minister of Belgium that now holds presidency in the EU, and Justin Trudeau, Mr. Prime Minister of Canada, that is long-lasting and principal ally of Ukraine and all Ukrainians. Today, with Italy and Canada, we have concluded bilateral security agreements that is, on the second anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, we yet again prove that despite all the difficulties and challenges, Ukraine will become only stronger and will always be together with its partners in the free world. This day we have started in Hostomel, where Putin has started his invasion and where he suffered first principle loss. That is our joint signal that has to reflect all this year, that is that Putin shall further lose and suffer losses so that we together in Ukraine and Europe and the free world could finally gain in battle a normal and peaceful life. I'm grateful to each and everyone who is helping Ukraine in this. I'm grateful to all the leaders, civil and political activists and entrepreneurs, all people of the world that are by deeds and heart with Ukraine, with our warriors, with all Ukrainians, and simply with justice. Thank you. Thanks to all of you, dear friends, and I am proud that today so many people in the world support our state. I'd like to mention a couple of things in the aftermath of our political work today. Justin, Mr. Prime Minister, I thank you for the agreement that opens up new capabilities for our security cooperation. We have defined the defensive support for this year, and the agreement, as all other agreements, will work until our accession to NATO. We have fixed principle position regarding Canada's support of Ukrainian membership in the alliance. We have fixed concrete capabilities of cooperation in defensive manufacturing, intelligence, cybersecurity, demining, protection of critical infrastructure, and that is not all regarding this agreement. Thank you, Justin. We have also had negotiations with Georgia, Madam Head of Council of Ministers of Italy, regarding our bilateral cooperation, regarding our work in G7. We have security agreement with Italy. We have underscored key aspects of cooperation in defensive field on the European level and also Euro-Atlantic levels. We value the decisions of Italy to continue security support to Ukraine, to our people, to our warriors until the end of 2024 and during the term of this agreement. I'm grateful that the issues of security will further be a priority for the biggest democracies in G7 group. We need to do everything that depends on us in order for 2024 to become decisive for restoring real and long-term security for Ukraine and for all of our Europe and the world. Russian invasion to Ukraine has led to a cascade of negative consequences for many in the world, but we can and thus must return the stability and protection to our continent. Together, today we have had a trilateral meeting with Madam President of EU Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and Mr. Prime Minister of Belgium, Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of Belgium that now holds presidency in EU. Such format underscores the priority of our cooperation with the EU for this year. We should be no less active on the direction of EU integration of Ukraine than we have been. Last year, we have reached a political solution on the opening of EU negotiations regarding the accession to the EU. then to further open the framework negotiations, and then to basically join the EU. All that we have discussed together with you, and that will be a clear sign that United Europe will not fall to any of Putin's blackmail, but also will testify that Europe recognizes and respects the full commitment of Ukrainian people to the European values and solidarity. We need to solve each of the contradictions together, and we need to defend our Europe together from all forms of Russian aggressions, because our Europe is and will be among the global leaders. Thank you, Ursula. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you to all those in the world who is helping to us. Thank to Ukrainian nations, and glory to Ukraine.
Pubblica.
Dunque, grazie Volodymyr, buon pomeriggio a tutti.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. I'm especially proud by the fact that I'm here in Kyiv, in the city which is at the very center of the fight for freedom. And for me, it is very important to be here on this very significant day. It's a great honor for me to share this day with you, Volodymyr, and I also think that the presence of the leaders of the European Union and the European Commission here, and Mr. De Croo, who represents the European Council here, is extremely important. And it is here that we are holding the first meeting of the heads of the G7 countries, and we also have the Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Trudeau, which represents Canada, which will take over the presidency. Our presence here is a proof that we support Ukraine on the basis of our transatlantic solidarity, and I say this as a country which is a country of the EU and the president country. This can be backed up by concrete proofs, the most important of which is the signing with between Ukraine and Italy, and Mr. President already mentioned that, an agreement about security, and which highlights the commitments which we undertook, the commitments which we took in July in Vilnius, and other countries have already built on those commitments, and others will do so. We continue to support Ukraine, and we've always believed that their right to defend themselves is most just and fair, because we cannot confuse the words peace and capitulation the way some people do. That would be hypocrisy, and we will never share that point of view. We have to focus on different areas of activities. We need a comprehensive approach which will help us to look into the future. I'm primarily meaning cooperation in industry, in production, in energy sphere, in humanitarian sphere. And by signing today's documents, we prove that Italy will continue to provide necessary support for freedom and security of the country that suffered illegal, unprovoked aggression. We also stand ready to play a leading role in the recovery of Ukraine. We will do this during our presidency in the G7. And also when we will host in 2025 a recovery conference in our country, because speaking about recovery means betting on Ukraine's victory and peaceful future of liberties and European future of Ukraine. Italy has a strong industrial potential, and we are improving and building on our contribution to our cooperation with Ukraine. We want to help preserve cultural heritage of the cities of Ukraine, which are under threat, and they are on the list of World Cultural heritage. We also support negotiations between EU and Ukraine on the accession, and we will guarantee our long-term support for Ukraine for the next 4 years. I've personally taken part in this, and I would like to thank all our colleagues for the work that we've done together. Today I'd like to say to President Zelensky and all the Ukrainian people that they're not on their own. We want you to know that we are profoundly grateful to you for fighting on for Europe and for our shared security, because Ukraine's security and the security of Europe are the same thing. Today we have an anniversary which makes us proud on the one hand, because we're talking about heroic resistance of Ukraine, which has been going on for 2 years already. A lot of people would not have even imagined this, but this is also a painful anniversary, especially for those who keep shedding their blood for peace and prosperity of Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting for the entire Europe, in the interest of all Europe, and we are aware of this. Because of this, we will continue supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. It's my honor to be here together with my colleagues, and we would like to underline this once again.
Thank you for hosting my fellow leaders and me here in Kyiv. 10 years since Russia began its assault on your sovereignty. 2 years to the day since the start of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. Today marks a grim anniversary. But it is also the moment to recognize the extraordinary power of resistance of the Ukrainian people. From the feats of valor and bravery of Ukrainian soldiers beating back the invader, to the millions of small everyday actions by citizens to support the war effort, from farmers stealing Russian tanks with their tractors, to the ghost of Kyiv keeping the skies safe over your capital. From the defiance on Snake Island to the sinking of the Moskva, you, Ukrainians, have shown the world your courage and that you get your fight to freedom done, and that it matters for you in any respect. You have regained half of the land they occupied and pushed them back on the Black Sea. These are remarkable achievements, and we pay tribute to you. You who fight for the security of our entire continent. This is why you have the entire European Union behind you. More than ever, we stand firmly by Ukraine, financially, economically, militarily, and most of all, morally, until your country is finally free. I want to emphasize 4 points. First, we have now our 50 billion euros Ukraine facility. This is on top of 88 billion euros that we have delivered so far since the start of the war. The first payment of 4.5 billion euros will come in March. Then we will continue with a steady stream of support over the next 4 years. This will back your reform and investment roadmap, the Ukraine plan. We are also providing additional sources of revenues to Ukraine, like the solidarity lanes. They have generated trade worth 125 billion euros so far between Ukraine and the European Union and the rest of the world. We are on track to extend for another year our special trade measures while ensuring the stability of our single market. And we have agreed to set aside the earnings of immobilized Russian assets. This is a major step forward thanks to the Belgian presidency. Thank you very much, Alexander, because we are committed to making Russia pay the price of its war of destruction. This brings me to my second point. Our heart-biting sanctions against Russia. 2 years ago, the European Union was Russia's most important trading partner. Since then, total imports from Russia to the European Union have dropped by more than 100 billion euros. Our exports to Russia have been slashed by more than 50 billion euros. Russia has been cut off Western advanced technologies, innovation and investment. And this week we have doubled down on our sanctions with our 13th package, with over 160 additional military companies listed, and another big sweep across the board, from Putin's propagandists to criminals deporting children and companies in the Kremlin's orbit. We have reached a total of 2,000 listings. We keep the pressure high on Putin and his regime. And in parallel, we keep on tightening the screws on circumvention with criminal charges for those who bypass our sanctions. My third point, as Russia is intensifying its vicious attacks on your country, we are also doubling down on our military support. We have already delivered 28 billion euros in military assistance, and we are working to set up the Ukraine Assistance Fund. This will bring another 5 billion euros for joint European procurement of the weapons you need. In parallel, the European defense industry is stepping up a gear, increasing its production now for ammunition by 40%. We have now already delivered more than 500,000 of ammunition rounds, and we will reach over 1 million rounds before the end of the year. Finally, we keep on training the brave Ukrainian armed forces with 60,000 soldiers trained by this summer. Now, looking forward to the future, Ukraine must have the means to defend itself today, but also for tomorrow. Ukraine needs the capabilities to deter future attacks by Russia. This is crucial for your security and, of course, for the security of Europe as a whole. So we want to strengthen Ukraine's defense capabilities as part of our own. And this is why we have involved you so closely in our new defense industrial base strategy. We will present this in 3 weeks. It is a first step towards integrating Ukraine in our European defense programs. At the same time, we are learning from you and your experience on the battlefield. And to intensify this exchange, we will open a Defense Innovation Office here in Kyiv. And finally, we keep on working on security commitments, as we just heard, for Ukraine, all in close cooperation with G7 partners. Of course, the best security guarantee will be the membership in the European Union. And this brings me to my fourth point, your accession path. We have started the screening process with a very busy schedule of meetings. I encourage you, and I know you're doing it, to keep up delivering on the Commission's recommendation. For our part, we, the Commission, will submit the negotiating framework in mid-March. So, dear Volodymyr, our visit today underlines our unwavering solidarity with Ukraine today, tomorrow, and in the long run. Your country has become a global symbol of resistance in this noble fight for freedom. So we remain by your side, and Slava Ukraine.
Заява прем'єр-міністра Канади.
All right, you are listening in there as you are seeing several officials, not just Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, but also Ursula von der Leyen there with the EU, speaking as well, marking 2 years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine that led to the current war. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have much more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage here on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you out live right now to South Carolina. That is where Nikki Haley just walked inside to cast her vote in the South Carolina primary. She arrived a short time ago with several members of her family. We do have another shot at a different polling site. Let me pull that up for you right now. This appears to be over in Columbia, South Carolina. It is right outside of an elementary school there that is a polling site. You can see a photographer out there speaking with some of the voters who have shown up. We also have another image right here on your screen. This is outside of a polling site over in Surfside Beach, South Carolina. Don't forget, later on tonight, we will have live coverage as the results start coming in. Our very own Andrew Kraft will be in the hot seat starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time, again, as those results start coming in. All right, I do want to head back out right now to Kyiv, Ukraine. That is where officials, including Volodymyr Zelensky, are marking 2 years since the invasion by Russia that led to this war that has been ongoing. Zelensky looks to be speaking now, so let's head out there live, raw, and unfiltered.
Дуже важливо те, що сказала зараз Джорджа, що важливо, щоб документи, які підписуються між державами, незалежно від того.
It has been said that these agreements are signed. It's extremely important now that the agreements are enforced and fulfilled. These are very practical documents. Everything is important. Bilateral documents and European support and 50 billion euro support and F-16 coalition. What is lacking most? What is lacking probably is that everything should be in time when it is especially needed. This is point number one. And secondly, this is very hard for everyone. I'm not accusing anyone, but we are badly lacking civilian anti-aircraft facilities to protect our population, to defend our children, schools, universities, hospitals, to protect all that. Without proper air defense weapons, we cannot do this. To make sure that Kharkiv does not suffer that much, for instance. This is not the single city which suffers a lot. It just that it came to my mind as Prime Minister of Belgium mentioned Kharkiv. And Kharkiv, needs long-range weapons because Russians can hit our people, but we cannot shoot back at them and push them back. And isolation of Putin. If we speak about political isolation and sanctions, we should be clear that isolation is really isolation, and no one signs any deals behind the scenes. And because if there are agreements in cooperation with Putin, he will use all that profit for the war. And who wants to make money together with this murderer? And if we introduce sanctions, we should introduce it against a list of people who are really the perpetrators. And we can, including those who use energy against Ukraine, energy issues against Ukraine, and those who are profiteering in this war.
Your question on the elections. Justin Trudeau said a very beautiful sentence. Democracies around the world stand with Ukraine. And if you look at public opinion, it's amazing to see how strong public opinion was and how strong public opinion in support of Ukraine remains. And I think the European citizens have understood that, first of all, how important it is that the brave Ukrainian people fight for the democratic values that we share and for the respect for the rule of law. And the European people have also very well understood how dangerous Putin is. I mean, if it needed another proof, it is just to see what he was capable of with the murder of Alexei Navalny. And this is something which is very well understood by the European people. Now, important is that these opinions translate into votes. And therefore it's so important, the question whether the center will hold, that the people go and vote. The stronger the center, the stronger the support for Ukraine.
Дякую. Global News далі, будь ласка.
Global News, please.
Mr. President, if I could start with you.
Президенте, почну з вас.
You've talked a lot about, and Canadians understand the importance of these security guarantees. Can you tell us, please, what's in the Canadian agreement that's concrete that will allow you to accomplish your goals? And for Mr. Prime Minister, if you could please, you just heard the President talk about the importance of timely delivery of weapons. Canada has made many, many announcements in terms of military delivery, as the President just mentioned, is something he's concerned about. Tell me, please, how are soldiers on the front line supposed to defend their nation with Canadian paper?
Дякую. В принципі, на всі запитання, що стосуються безпекових.
Well, as a matter of fact, all the questions related to security guarantees, I can say that all those agreements are different, but all of them make Ukraine stronger. And the details are publicly and readily available. You can study all the details, get all the relevant answers. As regards Canada, Prime Minister Trudeau said that they have helped us with armored weapons, and this is really the case. We have also cooperated in terms of drones from the very beginning of the war. I wouldn't like to go into details here, but Canada does have certain things and equipment which other countries do not have, and we used them and we strengthened the drones fleet, and Canada really has helped us a lot in that respect. The third point that I would like to underline is the issue of recovery. I would very much want Canada to help us recover one of the dams. As you know, Russia has ruined some very strategically important facilities of Ukraine, and I very much count on Justin's assistance in that respect.
Much, Vladimir. The security agreements we signed today will engage, like for all our partners, Canada stand with Ukraine for 10 years and beyond, if necessary. This is a guarantee that demonstrates that whatever happens in the short term, and we certainly all hope that Ukraine wins in the short term, Canada will be there alongside our allies for the long term in standing up for Ukraine, as we have for many, many years. Since 2015, we've been on the ground in Ukraine, training up members of the Ukraine security forces and military forces. We've now passed 40,000 Ukrainian military that we have trained, and contributions from other countries doing training as well made a significant difference in Ukraine's ability to hold off the massive Russian attack in those first days 2 years ago. We've continued to step up on training and will continue to. We've been sending military equipment from the very beginning as well, and we will continue to. Vladimir talked about drones and armored vehicles, and we will be doing more. We're also working with allies on issues like delivering NASAMS, which we know is so necessary. And we will continue to step up in tangible, concrete ways, but not just on military assistance either. We know that signing the recently modernized Canada-Ukraine free trade deal was an important part of securing the economic future and present prosperity of Ukrainian businesses and families. Canada will continue to be there with as much as it takes, for as long as it takes, and the security assurances we signed today are yet another demonstration of that.
Останнє запитання, будь ласка.
All right, that was ongoing here. You do have Zelensky and other officials who are in Ukraine speaking about the second anniversary, so to speak, of that Russian invasion that has now led to a war that is still ongoing. Do want to take you out live over to South Carolina. That is where we do have Nikki Haley casting her vote there. You can see her in the distance in this camera that is coming in from our Fox channel there. They also have another camera outside. It is likely we will get some comments when she does walk out, but right now she is casting her ballot here in South Carolina for the primary. Don't forget, later on tonight around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, our very own Andrew Kraft will host coverage here as those results do come in live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break right now here at 11:41 on the East Coast and 8:41 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. As officials over in Ukraine do mark 2 years since the Russian invasion, I do want to take you back out there right now to comments that are being made by Zelensky and other officials there, including the Canadian Prime Minister and EU head there, Ursula von der Leyen. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Through Poland. If Poland tomorrow decides to put embargo on some other Ukrainian products, what are the any sanctions will be applied to Poland? The question to Italian Prime Minister, I'm talking about the obsolete helicopters which are going to write off in your country. Will you give them to Ukraine? Thank you very much. If you allow, I will start. Speaking about A-50 and other aircraft of our enemies, this is the result of our coalition of Ukrainian partners. Without that coalition, it would be very difficult and in some cases even impossible to defend our country. For this, we are extremely grateful, definitely to our military, to our people, and to all our partners. Speaking about details, I'll give you the generalized answer. If this aircraft flies over the temporarily occupied territory of Ukraine, we use Ukrainian weapons. If it is on in other locations, we use Ukrainian
weapons. Ukraine has no possibility, no right, and will never use the weapons supplied by partners on other territories, with the exception of Ukrainian temporarily occupied territories. Thank you.
Your question concerning the solidarity lanes that we have created. As I said, the solidarity lanes were opened in a time of extreme need. This was the time where Russia blocked the Black Sea. You remember very well. And the solidarity lanes have been a huge success, 125 billion euros. It's the amount that went import-export through these solidarity lanes. Now, what we have now is that thanks to the bravery of the Ukrainian armed forces, they have liberated the Black Sea again, actually destroyed around about 20% of the Russian Black Sea fleet. It's an amazing success. And this allows that of the grain, for example, 90% of the grain now goes via Black Sea and the Danube, where we have invested a lot and we have improved a lot the infrastructure. So this is all good news and a big success. We have also introduced in the time of utmost need the trade measures. And now our task is that we balance im and export in a way that we have a stable, a level playing field and a stable single market. And we have been discussing the different issues so that I think it is important what I said already yesterday also in Poland. I'm very willing to listen to the worries and concerns of the agricultural sector on both sides. And we are very willing also to support, to bring both sides together to find a constructive and sustainable solution that is sustainable over time. This is our common wish and the common work, because overall we know that there's an enormous support for Ukraine from the European people. Of course, in between we have to solve problems. That's our job and that's what we're going to do.
Non sono certa di aver compreso la domanda, devo essere sincera, nel senso che non so a che cosa ci si riferisca, perché nella traduzione non era chiarissimo. In ogni caso, noi siamo all'ottavo pacchetto.
Speaking about assistance, we do everything possible. We have prepared the 8th package. We provide not only what we don't need, but we want to provide you the instruments which would be the most efficient for you. For me, the priority are the instruments which would be the most efficient. Journalists, we are going to finish. Agency Answer Italy. Good afternoon. A question to Madam Meloni. Speaking about security agreement with Ukraine, would like to hear some details. How long will it continue, and the financial obligations in this respect?
All right, you're listening to officials there in Kyiv, Ukraine, marking 2 years since the invasion by Russia. I want to take you out live right now back to South Carolina. Today is primary day, and we are hearing from Nikki Haley as she did cast her vote. Let's pop up the audio.
Blessed to have this moment, and the moment is, you know, my mom, when she was in India, she was a lawyer and one of the first female judges, and because of the time, she was never able to sit on the bench. And so to be able to go and vote with her, to watch her daughter and cast a ballot for her daughter for President of the United States tells us everything we need to know about how blessed we are to be in this country. And so it is with great gratitude that I go in today, excited. I always love Election Day. I think there's a lot of excitement, energy. You could tell South Carolinians are passionate. They're getting out and voting. That's what we want. We have said for a long time, in a general election, you're given a choice. In a primary, you make your choice. And so we're hoping everybody goes out and makes their choice today. All they need is a picture ID to go vote, and so we hope that they're voices will be heard today.
Governor Haley, I have two questions. Well, one for you and then hopefully one for your kids. For the kids, what did it feel like to vote for your mom for president? And the second one for you, a little bit more political. Who would you have run the RNC if Ronna McDaniel steps down today?
It wouldn't be a family member of a candidate. It wouldn't be someone who says that all the money is going to go to Donald Trump when I know that $50 million of campaign contributions went to personal court cases last quarter. $8 million went to court fees just from January. You look at that, that's $100 million that will get drained from the RNC that should be supporting Republicans up and down the ticket. So I think having a family member run it or a campaign manager being a part of it should not qualify it. And I would hope that the people in the RNC know that they have a responsibility to put in people in the RNC who are going to look out in the best interest of all of the Republican Party, not just one person.
Ambassador Haley, where does your campaign go from here, both strategically and in terms of travel across the country?
To Michigan. We're headed to Michigan tomorrow morning. We'll be campaigning there, and then we're headed to the Super Tuesday states. So we look forward to seeing everybody.
Governor Haley, Trump was speaking to a black conservative group last night. He made a slew of comments. He said he could not see the black people in the crowd because the lights were on. He said that because he has been indicted, that he is winning over black voters. He even said that black voters are embracing his mugshot more than any other group. Are those comments acceptable?
It's disgusting. But that's what happens when he goes off the teleprompter. That's the chaos that comes with Donald Trump. That's the offensiveness that's going to happen every day between now and the general election, which is why I continue to say Donald Trump cannot win a general election. He won't. We can make him the primary nominee if we want to, but Republicans will lose come November. This is a huge warning sign. We have to stop with the chaos. We have to stop with the drama. We have to stop with the bad sound bites that keep happening over and over again. And listen to the American people. If 70% of Americans say they don't want Trump or Biden, that they think they're the two most disliked politicians in America, if 60% of Americans are saying that they think Donald Trump is too old and Joe Biden's too old to be president, I hope the people of South Carolina and I hope the people in the Super Tuesday states listen to that. There is a choice. We can leave the drama and the chaos. We can leave the incompetence. And we can go to something that is normal. And that's what people want, especially the younger generation. They just want to know what normal feels like.
Governor Haley, earlier this week.
All right, you're listening there to, that was Nikki Haley as she was speaking, casting her ballot there in South Carolina, in the South Carolina primary. I do want to remind you that coming up tonight, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, our very own Andrew Kraft will be here to bring you all of those results as they do come in here. Again, Nikki Haley just casting her vote there over in South Carolina. Let's head to a quick break here at 11:53 on the East Coast and 8:53 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we'll be right back with more top stories. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You can hear some of the sound there in the background as we are live all over the world throughout the day today as folks are marking 2 years since the war began between Russia and Ukraine. This image that we do have coming in right now at this hour is one of those shots, and this is actually out of Kyiv. We did see Zelensky speaking a short time ago here where he addressed the public, again marking 2 years since the Russian invasion that led to this full-scale war that is still in effect. All right, I do actually want to head to some of the comments that were made by Secretary of State Antony Blinken as he was speaking on the war in Ukraine and other topics. On the other side of these comments here, you will have Stephanie Quinn in the hot seat with all of your top stories and live events. Thank you so much for watching, and let's listen in.
Good afternoon, Secretary Blinken. The United States has renewed its support for Ukraine with the largest package of economic sanctions and economic restrictions on Russia. But many analysts say the Biden administration's sanctions on Russia have failed to change Putin's behavior. How do you think the new set of sanctions might have more impact? Is the U.S. out of options on changing Russia's behavior through economic penalties? Is the Biden administration considering designating Russia as a sponsor of terrorism to put more pressure? And separately, if I may, President Milei is flying to Washington later today to speak at the Conservative Political Action Conference, or CPAC. You and President Biden always said that you don't get involved in other countries' domestic politics. How do you assess this development? And for Minister Mandino, thank you for welcoming us to this beautiful country. Similar question to you. Can you confirm President Milei will meet with former U.S. President Trump on the sidelines of CPAC? What is your government's message to the American people during the campaign year? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to start. With regard to sanctions being imposed on Russia for its aggression against Ukraine, first it's important to note that it's, of course, not just the United States. It's dozens of countries around the world that have imposed these sanctions, export controls, and other restrictions on Russia because of the aggression not only against the Ukrainian people, but the aggression against the very principles that are so important to maintaining the international system: territorial integrity, freedom, making sure that countries have the right to decide their own futures. So the world has been very clear on this. I believe that already these sanctions, these restrictions have had a significant impact on Russia, both in its ability to prosecute its aggression, but even more, we see that they're going to have a growing and long-term impact on Russia. Its ability to modernize its industries, whether it's its defense industry, aeronautics, energy extraction, all of the technology that's being denied it as a result of its actions, will have an increasingly heavier and heavier impact. The fact, of course, that so many people have left Russia, more than 1 million, including many of the most educated, involved in science and technology and production, that's also going to have a profound impact. So we see this playing out both in the immediate, but we're also seeing it playing out over the long term. I just emphasize that the actions that were taken today, the State Department, the Treasury Department, the Commerce Department, these new measures against Russia in the wake of the death of Alexei Navalny, the 2-year anniversary of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and actually a decade of aggression against Ukraine, I think will also have a real impact. 500 individuals and entities. This is the largest number of people or entities designated in a single action taken by the United States. We're also taking action against 3 individuals specifically in connection with the death of Alexei Navalny. The prison warden, the regional prison head, the deputy director of the Federal Penitentiary Service. What I heard and saw when so many countries of the world were together, both in Munich recently, but also at the G20 in Brazil, was outrage at what Russia had done to Mr. Navalny. As I've said, over a decade, persecuting him, poisoning him, imprisoning him, and now his death. So I think that will be felt strongly as well. One final thing here. I think this only underscores the imperative of the House of Representatives passing the supplemental budget request that President Biden has put forward. This is urgent funding for what Ukraine needs to be able to do to continue to resist, as it's done so effectively, Russia's aggression. Also, this will be a very positive investment in our own defense industrial base, because virtually all of the monies involved for Ukraine's defense will go into production in the United States. With regard to President Milei, look, I can't speak to his schedule and future meetings. That's, of course, entirely up to him. All I can speak to is the meeting that we just had. And I can tell you, following on what the foreign minister said, that it was, from my perspective at least, an incredibly positive, productive, detailed, wide-ranging discussion. And it only underscored the fact that for both of our countries, there's a strong desire and a strong intent to deepen and strengthen our relationship. And I went through many of the areas where we intend to do that. So I could not be more pleased on behalf of President Biden with the meeting we just had, the presence and participation of so many members of the cabinet. I think it augurs very well for the work that our two countries plan to do together in the months ahead.
Sorry, same with me. I don't know whether there will be any meetings in CPAC. I can say that since these are commercial flights, there might be delays and any schedules might be disrupted. So I would like to add something on.
All right, so you were hearing from Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking about the new sanctions being imposed and the ongoing conflict in Ukraine as the war is now reaching into its third year. But we also want to take you here. This is a live look at an event happening in Kyiv right now. And what you're taking a look at is a rally right here with the people of Kyiv, again, as the Russian invasion of Ukraine reaches into its second and third year. And today, President Zelensky welcomed Western leaders to Kyiv to mark the second anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion as Ukrainian forces run low on ammunition and weaponry, and foreign aid as well hangs in the balance. Now, the Western leaders arrived shortly after a Russian drone attack struck a residential building in a southern city, killing at least one person. 3 women also sustained severe burns in the attack Friday. Meantime, the U.S. Treasury Department has imposed more than 500 new sanctions on Russia as the U.S. vows to keep up its financial pressure on Moscow with the war against Ukraine entering into its third year. And you can see a live march right there from Kyiv, Ukraine, and you can see the sign right there that says, "Stop Putin, stop war." Now, the U.S. sanctions come after a series of new arrests and indictments announced by the Justice Department that targeted Russian businessmen, including the head of Russia's second largest bank, in 5 separate federal cases. The sanctions also come following opposition leader Alexei Navalny's death last week in an Arctic penal colony. Joining me now is Anne-Marie Daly, who is a geopolitical strategist with expertise in Russia and policy research at the Rand Corporation. Anne-Marie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, and we do want to let our viewers know that there is a little bit of a sound delay. Anne-Marie is kind enough to join us live from Hawaii. So again, we are live, raw, and unfiltered. So we just want to let our viewers know that. Anne-Marie, let's start with this. Let's start with today marking 2 years in the war between Ukraine and Russia. At this point in time, where does the war stand?
Well, as has been written and spoken about a lot, the war on the ground is more static now than it had been previously due to the fortifications throughout the line of contact and the front line of contact in the troops area. However, we have seen some Russian advances in the past couple of days, again, as you mentioned, due to a shortage of ammunition on the Ukrainian side. What you can look forward to in 2024 is Ukraine likely setting up an active defense and to take advantage of the difference in numbers so that the fact that they have less ammunition right now isn't as big of an issue, and they're forcing Russia to attack them. And you'll see a continued effort to take out high-value targets, like we just saw Ukraine take out 3 large air assets, Russian air assets yesterday.
Now, we also heard from President Biden yesterday, and he was urging lawmakers to pass the foreign aid bill to provide more funding for Ukraine. And we've also heard from President Zelensky as he is asking for more funding in the war against Russia. How precarious is Ukraine's situation?
Well, we've already seen the fall of Avdiivka, largely due to a lack of artillery ammunition, and that's something that the United States has been a key supplier of Ukraine. And so if the United States doesn't contribute to Ukraine's defense, we likely will see additional Russian advances, not major offensive wins right now because Russia is taking heavy losses, even in the capture of a small town like Avdiivka. But we will continue to see Russian advances unless Ukraine is able to get artillery ammunition in the short term. Now, we've seen European allies and partners step up and increase to the tone of hundreds of millions of dollars, saying that they will contribute to funds for artillery ammunition for Ukraine. But the United States is really the only country that has the ability to deliver large quantities of that ammunition in a short time frame, and that's what Ukraine needs right now.
Now, you mentioned that Russia has sustained some heavy losses, and I want to talk about specifically Russian President Putin because he really has strengthened his political relationships with countries such as Iran. You know, what does that imply?
It's not just Iran. Russia has increased its relationships with countries like North Korea and Syria. And so, again, we're seeing this axis of countries that are trying to undermine the U.S.-led global order, and they're assisting each other right now. In the short term, it means that Russia has used Syria to help with munitions production. They've gotten drones from Iran. They're getting ballistic missiles from North Korea. And so this has allowed Russia to sustain its offensive capabilities. However, to say that this means that Russia can fight indefinitely is inaccurate. We have seen some analysis recently saying that Russia's capabilities will perhaps plateau in 2026. And so if Ukraine is able to make it through 2024 and have a larger scale counteroffensive in 2025, there is a possibility that we could see some significant Ukrainian gains, despite the fact that Russia is being helped by these countries, like Syria, Iran, and North Korea.
Now, you mentioned 2024. You also mentioned 2025. So when we're taking a look at the timeline of this ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, is the expected timeline lasting years versus months?
I think it is accurate to expect, unless something dramatic happens in the short term, if the current trajectory continues, it would be a case of years rather than months, yes.
And what are we taking a look at? What is Russia's end goal? Is it just to completely take over Ukraine, or is it something beyond that?
Well, in Ukraine, its goal is to take over Ukraine in the sense that it wants to install a pro-Russian government. So it wants to get rid of the current democratically elected Ukrainian government, and then it wants to install its own pro-Russian government. It wants to ensure that Ukraine signs some sort of agreement that it would never join NATO. It wants to demilitarize Ukraine. It wants to effectively make Ukraine vulnerable without its own military so that it wouldn't be able to protect itself. And I think it's important that these are very similar to the terms that the Soviet Union provided the Baltic states before World War II. And then the Soviet Union, after the Baltic states signed these agreements, just went in and took over those countries wholesale. And it was only Finland who decided to fight that was able to retain its freedom and its sovereignty.
Now, you had mentioned Russia not only strengthening its relationship with Iran, you also mentioned Syria, you also mentioned North Korea and we have seen a growing divide when it comes to international relations. We have the U.S. and, of course, its allies versus Russia and its allies. So what are we looking here when we're taking a look at it from a global perspective?
This really is a critical geopolitical moment. It's hard to overstate how big of an opportunity and also how big of a challenge this current war in Ukraine is, because from the United States perspective, our closest allies and partners, we have Japan and Korea in the Pacific, obviously, but many of our closest allies and partners are in NATO and they're in Europe. And when we were fighting in Afghanistan, our NATO allies were in Afghanistan fighting by our side. And they're now saying that the war in Ukraine is the greatest threat to their security since World War II. And so if we weren't there to help support Ukraine and support Europe in their time of need, you would probably see a rift opening up between the United States and our European allies and partners. And that would be happening at the same time. If we don't support Ukraine and then Russia wins, you would see Russia being emboldened, not just in Europe, but as you've said, they're supporting countries like Syria and Iran and North Korea. So this now is no longer just about Ukraine. It's also about our ability to halt Russia in its tracks and not let Russia become a center of gravity that's supporting our allies supporting our enemies across the globe.
No, absolutely. And you made a reference several times just in our conversation just now about World War II. And, I have to ask you, what are we seeing here? Because is this, as you mentioned, no longer just an issue between Ukraine and Russia? Are we really perhaps at the precipice of something larger?
I think that it is still possible for this to be contained within Ukraine. Ukraine is capable of winning this war with just Ukrainian troops on Ukrainian soil, but they need support in order to do that. And so right now, we have the ability as the United States to support Ukraine and support them in their victory to contain this to Ukraine and to actually stop it from spreading elsewhere around the globe. If we don't do that, if Russia is able to have a complete military victory in Ukraine, then that is where you would see the possibility of follow-on conflicts and the possibility that either Russia or a country that Russia supports through proxy would start conflicts elsewhere in the globe.
Before we let you go, Anne-Marie, is there anything specific that you want to highlight for our viewers as today does mark 2 years in the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Just a couple of things. You already heard Secretary Blinken say that the support that we're giving to Ukraine, yes, Ukraine does end up getting munitions and platforms, but really a lot of that money is going back into the United States and it's helping our defense industrial base. And it's a defense industrial base that needs help right now, quite frankly. If we do want to be postured to be able to deter and defeat, if necessary, countries like China, we need to invest in our defense industrial base. And so supporting Ukraine isn't just good for Ukraine. It is also good for the United States and where we need to be. And the only other thing I would say is that a lot of people really jumped on Putin's comments in his interview that he was open to negotiations. And I would say, of course, Putin is open to negotiations because he thinks that he can achieve all of his maximalist aims through negotiations, because he'll go in with his position, and then if he doesn't get it, he'll just walk away from the negotiations table. And all the time, Russian troops will continue killing Ukrainian troops because we've seen time and time again that the Russian side doesn't adhere to ceasefires that occur during negotiations. So it's not whether Putin is open to negotiations. The question you have to ask yourself is, why does Putin want negotiations? And he thinks that he can win everything that he wants now through negotiations, and that's why he wants them.
All right, Anne-Marie Daly, a geopolitical strategist with expertise in Russia and policy researcher at the RAND Corporation. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us all the way from Hawaii. We appreciate it.
Mahalo. Thank you, Stephanie.
Absolutely. And again, we want to take you to this live look from Kyiv, Ukraine. As you can see, a demonstration and a rally being held as it is nighttime in that area. And one of the banners that was being carried was Stop Putin, Stop War, of course, today marking 2 years in the war between Ukraine and Russia. We are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Saturday morning. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 12:16 Eastern, 9:16 Pacific. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at a polling location in Columbia, South Carolina, as today, of course, is the primaries for South Carolina. And a short time ago, we brought you here live on Live Now from Fox. Nikki Haley actually casting her ballot. And so she did make some remarks following her vote, and we do want to play them for you right now.
I go in today excited. I always love Election Day. I think there's a lot of excitement and energy. You could tell South Carolinians are passionate. They're getting out and voting. That's what we want. We have said for a long time, in a general election, you're given a choice. In a primary, you make your choice. And so we're hoping everybody goes out and makes their choice today. All they need is a picture ID to go vote. And so we hope that their voices will be heard today.
Governor Haley, I have 2 questions. Well, one for you and then hopefully one for your kids. For the kids, what did it feel like to vote for your mom for president? And the second one for you, a little bit more political. Who would you have run the RNC if Ronna McDaniel steps down today?
It wouldn't be a family member of a candidate. It wouldn't be someone who says that all the money is going to go to Donald Trump when I know that $50 million of campaign contributions went to personal court cases last quarter. $8 million went to court fees just from January. You look at that, that's $100 million that will get drained from the RNC that should be supporting Republicans up and down the ticket. So I think having a family member run it or a campaign manager being a part of it should not qualify it. And I would hope that the people in the RNC know that they have a responsibility to put in people in the RNC who are going to look out in the best interest of all of the Republican Party, not just one person.
Ambassador Haley, where does your campaign go from here, both strategically and in terms of travel across the country?
To Michigan. We're headed to Michigan tomorrow morning. We'll be campaigning there, and then we're headed to the Super Tuesday states. So we look forward to seeing everybody.
Governor Haley, Trump was speaking to a black conservative group last night. He made a slew of comments. He said he could not see the black people in the crowd because the lights were on. He said that because he has been indicted, that he is winning over black voters. He even said that black voters are embracing his mugshot more than any other group. Are those comments acceptable?
It's disgusting, but that's what happens when he goes off the teleprompter. That's the chaos that comes with Donald Trump. That's the offensiveness that's going to happen every day between now and the general election, which is why I continue to say Donald Trump cannot win a general election. He won't. We can make him the primary nominee if we want to, but we Republicans will lose come November. This is a huge warning sign. We have to stop with the chaos. We have to stop with the drama. We have to stop with the bad sound bites that keep happening over and over again. And listen to the American people. If 70% of Americans say they don't want Trump or Biden, that they think they're the two most disliked politicians in America, if 60% of Americans are saying that they think Donald Trump is too old and Joe Biden's too old to be president, I hope the people of South Carolina and I hope the people in the Super Tuesday states listen to that. There is a choice. We can leave the drama and the chaos. We can leave the incompetence. And we can go to something that is normal. And that's what people want, especially the younger generation. They just want to know what normal feels like.
Governor Haley, earlier this week you said you would be campaigning every day until the last person votes. Could you clarify those comments? Did you mean that you'd be taking this all the way to the convention in Milwaukee?
What I meant was South Carolina. We're going to be voting. We're going to be campaigning all day today, and then we're going to keep going all the way through Super Tuesday. That's as far as I've thought in terms of going forward. We've placed ad buys. We've gone and put out the public schedule of where we're going to be, and so we're going to keep on going.
And what is your strategy to win those Super Tuesday states?
It's going and giving people an option. Look, my whole goal for running is because you have a majority of Americans who are saying they don't want Donald Trump and they don't want Joe Biden. So as long as you have a majority of Americans saying, please give us a choice, I'm going to continue to fight. I am not going anywhere. I'm going to make sure that we give Americans a choice. You know, you might go to Russia and they'll anoint kings there. But here in America, we have elections and people's voices are heard. And how blessed are we that we get to do that? And so we want these states to be able to vote. It's between now and 10 days from now, another 21 states and territories will be voting. And I think that's a great thing. They want their voices heard, and we're going to make sure they have their
Is after Super Tuesday going to be another evaluation point for you then to see what every last vote means at that point after Super Tuesday?
That's as far as we've thought so far. So we'll keep taking it one state at a time. That's our goal, is just one state at a time. I know everybody else wants to look ahead. That's not how I've done any of this. In the past year, we've taken it one state, 1 month at a time, and focused on that. That's what's gotten us to this moment, is discipline, hard work, being smarter than everybody else, and making sure that we do whatever it takes, as scrappy as we need to be, to get to the finish line.
Ambassador Haley, after New Hampshire, you said that you certainly have to do better in South Carolina than you did in New Hampshire. So do you think that you're going to meet that goal today? And if you don't, why should voters trust you and expect that you have a path forward?
We'll find out. We're going to find out today. Y'all will be deciding that as much as you want. You know, what I'll tell you is I think my goal has always been to be competitive in South Carolina. And, you know, for voters to trust me, I think you can look at the, thousands of voters that are going to come out for me today. You can look at the people that are going to show up at our rallies in Michigan, Super Tuesday. People want to see us continue this fight. We owe it to them to continue this fight. And I think that it's a good thing when democracy reigns. And I think it's great for the Republican Party to have this competition. The only thing that's lacking in this is Donald Trump getting on a debate stage. He should get on a debate stage.
Governor Haley. Is it safe to say you sharpened your attacks on the former president? You said he's become more offensive, I think it was on Tuesday. Is there an argument to be made that perhaps you should have gone after him more aggressively at the beginning of your campaign?
Not at all. There were 14 people in this race. I had a dozen of the fellas I had to get rid of first. It was taking taking them out one at a time. Now he is the one-on-one opponent that I have, and that's why you see us showing the contrast between me and him. If I had done that in the beginning, I would have been a Chris Christie. My goal was to make sure that we took it one person at a time, one competitor at a time.
Governor Haley,
Guys, this is the last question.
Some Trump allies have claimed that your ability to attract crossover voters is making the data worse for the Republican Party if a lot of them would normally vote for Democrats. How would you respond to that sort of argument from Trump allies?
It's that mindset that keeps Republicans losing. Republicans have lost the last 7 out of 8 popular votes for president. That's nothing to be proud of. We have got to start bringing people into the fold. We've got to start talking to everybody. If we truly believe that our policies lift up everyone, then guess what? You've got to talk to everyone. So when you go to my rallies, when you go to my events, you see everybody there. You see young, old. You see every race. You see every gender. You see Republicans, independents, and conservative Democrats. They all come in. I'm not going to push anybody away. I know Donald Trump said that anybody that supports me is barred permanently from MAGA. That's not how you win votes. That's not how you win Republicans. That's not how you win a general election. And that's why Donald Trump will continue to lose. It's because he pushes people out of our party, and I'm trying to make a Republican Party where we welcome and everybody. Because when we start uniting on those grounds, when we start coming together as Americans and stop allowing the exaggeration and peacocking of sound bites and stop the insults and stop the hating of each other, that's when America will be strong again. Think about it. Of the 2 main candidates that you're talking about, Joe Biden refers to anyone who doesn't support him as fascist. Donald Trump refers to anybody that doesn't support him as vermin. I call everybody who supports me or doesn't support me Americans. And that's where we have to get back to again. Thank y'all very much. Enjoy the
Family,
day.
what did
Enjoy
it
the
feel
South
like today?
Carolina weather.
All right, so you were taking a listen as Nikki Haley shared her thoughts after she voted alongside her family right there. And we're also showing you a live look here at a polling location in Columbia, South Carolina. Of course, today being the primary for South Carolina, Donald Trump and Nikki Haley facing off today in the state's first in the South Republican presidential primary. This really is the first head-to-head matchup for the last 2 remaining major candidates since the New Hampshire primary a month ago. And we do want to let you know that we are going to have special coverage here on Live Now from Fox with our very own Andrew Kraft later on today as he breaks down the results from the primary. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back with all of your top stories, headlines, and live events in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at some video, a rendition of a very historic moment earlier this week as a private lander made the first U.S. touchdown on the moon in more than 50 years. Now, the lander did end up tipped over on its side, but was working with limited communications, which is what company officials said yesterday. This achievement puts the U.S. back on the moon for the very first time since NASA astronauts closed out the Apollo program in 1972. And another first, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University became the first university to have an object land on the moon's surface. This video courtesy of Embry-Riddle. The students and staff created Eagle Cam, and that's what you're seeing right there as they put the Eagle Cam together. That is the first object to record a third-person point of view of a spacecraft landing on the moon. So joining me now is Dr. Troy Henderson and student Daniel Lopez from Embry-Riddle. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Stephanie, thanks for having us.
Absolutely. So I do want to talk about this very exciting achievement, and I want to ask both of you a question. But Dr. Henderson, let's start with you. How excited was this moment for you?
No, this was fantastic. You know, we were very fortunate, got to go watch the rocket launch, but being huddled together in the lab here at Embry-Riddle with the team, everybody that worked on it, everybody that's going to work on the data that we get, just fantastic. Can't be more proud of this group, and they've done a great job. Super excited for them.
Absolutely. Daniel, I mean, we've seen several attempts to try and land on the moon with other landers that were not successful. So when you are watching this live, what was going through your mind? What was going through your heart?
It's definitely a nail biter, you know. Space is hard, landing on the moon's hard. There's a lot that needs to happen beforehand. There's a lot of communication. You have the delays. You don't know what's happening, right? You trust that the lander does everything by itself. When we got first confirmation that we had communication and that the lander was safe and functioning, everybody in the lab just cheered. We're excited. It was a really big moment for us.
Absolutely.
Collective breath, which was good.
Yes, yes. So, Daniel, you know, you guys are both experts on this, having worked on this for months now. But for folks who are not exactly aware of what the Eagle Cam does and why it's so significant, can you share more about what its role is, what its purpose is?
Well, so our design purpose is to eject out during landing and capture photos of the landing as it happens from a third-person perspective. There were some slight changes during operations, fairly late into operation, and we ended up actually working with the two machines, and we decided not to deploy during landing. So we are still attached to Nova C and Odysseus right now. However, given that Odysseus is, I have a model right here, so we'll show this. Odysseus landed and is slightly tilted. So Eagle Cam actually is on this face, let's go back right there. And we still have the opportunity to shoot out and capture imagery of how the lander landed, and we can actually provide support to intuitive machines so we can figure out what was off nominal, and we can go ahead and solve any mysteries for what happened.
Amazing. So what is the next step in all of this? I mean, I know you said it's still attached, so what is the next step?
Yeah, so we're actually in the lab working right now. The team behind the camera here is whiteboarding everything up, what the next steps look like. I'm doing some testing here, and we're ready to start interfacing with the Intuitive Machines payload team there in Houston and figure out how we can actually send some commands, get some data, deploy Eagle Cam and get some imagery. And this may be some of the only imagery we get of this mission, unfortunately, but we're ready for it.
Absolutely. And I have to imagine, you know, there are so many difficult components to this ever-evolving journey. You make this incredible technology. You send it off, you cross your fingers, it lands, and then, of course, as it is space, things happen, right? And now you are literally back to the drawing board trying to problem solve something from Earth that is going on at the moon. I can't even imagine how intricate and difficult, but yet exhilarating that all is.
We've got a big team. As of now, we have over 30 students that have worked on this prior or are currently working on revised operations. And it's a great team here that's making everything happen, everything goes smoothly, and I'm really proud of the team.
Absolutely. I just echo that same thing.
Yes, and I have to imagine when you're coming up with these problem-solving solutions or even creating, and we're taking a look at some video that Embry Riddle has provided us, you were talking about space. So this has, you have to be able to survive, you have to be able to function in a very difficult environment, and there are so many X factors involved. I have to imagine that that is very challenging to try and navigate.
Yeah, absolutely. There's everything from the vacuum environment of space, so there's no atmosphere. There's some significant thermal issues. You get really hot, really cold, and swing everywhere in between. There's very strict power requirements. So there's radiation that we had to get through to get to the moon. So there's all types of things that go into this, and that was one of the technologies, or several technologies actually, we were trying to show on EagleCam was just ability to survive a lot of those environmental things. And we successfully did that to a certain extent so far.
And we're actually, so a lot of our funding for this was externally funded. And so there's a big budget constraint there. And a lot of the parts we're using are off the shelf, Amazon purchased parts that anybody can get. So that was a really big thing for us, was showing that we can use and operate these parts in space and certify them ourselves as test them, or not certify, but test them to the same conditions that we would expect in space.
I have to imagine, and I don't know how many young folk are listening, or even just space junkies, but the fact that you said that you bought a lot of these parts off of Amazon, I have to imagine how many people are now going to be going online to see if they can make their own technology and somehow, like you guys did, make it happen. But it is so incredible. I know that you're still in the thick of this incredible achievement in problem solving everything that's going on, but is there a next venture that is already on the horizon?
Yeah, so it's funny, I'm not very good at social media, but we're getting hit up big time for EagleCam 2.0 already. So we'll have to figure that one out, but we've got a follow-on project with the Polaris program on flying on the Polaris Dawn mission. So be on the lookout for that one coming up this summer.
Absolutely. So I'm just curious, how long did it take for EagleCam to become reality?
We started in 2019, and we worked on it continuously. We had a lot of issues with supply chain during COVID. That was actually a big thing for the whole space industry. And then we actually delivered in 2021, November 2021. And we've continuously provided power support and software support up until now. And then here we are back at the drawing board, drawing new operations. So it's kind of crazy.
No, it is amazing. And just to think that this is part of that historic moment earlier this week, the first time that U.S. is back on the moon since 1972. It's just so incredible, and you and your team are part of that historic moment. So congratulations to you both and to the entire team. I know it was a team effort for this.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Stephanie.
Absolutely. And we are continuing our coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 12:39 Eastern, 9:39 Pacific. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We will continue to follow all of the top stories, live events, and headlines in 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and happening right now, voting underway today in South Carolina for their primary, of course, pitting Donald Trump and Nikki Haley against each other in South Carolina's first in the South Republican presidential primary. Again, the first head-to-head matchup for the last two remaining major candidates since the New Hampshire primary a month ago. And of course, this contest taking place on Haley's home turf. She was South Carolina's governor for 6 years before stepping down in 2017 to serve as UN ambassador when Trump was elected president. However, Haley is trailing in her home state, where Trump has the support of most of the party establishment and enjoys high popularity among the conservative base. And in fact, Donald Trump was in South Carolina yesterday speaking at a black conservative gala, and we do want to share with you some of his remarks. We're going to pot up the sound so we can listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
All right, so you can see the former president going up to the podium as he is shaking hands with the folks in the room right there. And again, this is an event that happened in Columbia, South Carolina. We are expecting Trump to actually speak live at the CPAC event happening in Baltimore, Maryland. And of course, we'll bring you those remarks live as they happen. But again, this event, the Black Conservative Federation's annual gala in Columbia, South Carolina, where Trump addressed black conservative voters ahead of today's primary. And again, you can see that he is waving to the folks and talking with folks there on the podium before he addresses the crowd. His remarks were spanning about an hour and a half. This, of course, taking place yesterday. And we are going to play them for you now. But again, we do want to let you know, of course, that Donald Trump is facing off against Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley, of course, her home state is South Carolina. Both candidates making sharp attacks against the other, with Trump using belittling nicknames for Haley and playing down her work in his cabinet, of course. She did serve as UN ambassador when Trump was elected president. Haley, though, increasingly questioned Trump's fitness for office and criticizing his comments on Russia and NATO. And this really is a contrast from earlier in the campaign, when she and other GOP hopefuls avoided criticizing Trump directly. And we also brought you here live on Live Now from Fox when she cast her vote earlier today, making comments at that polling location. Now, the South Carolina primary is usually an indicator of which candidate will win the Republican presidential nomination. Since the modern version of the state's primary began in 1980, all but one GOP primary winner has gone on to win the party's nomination. And we do see that Trump's taking to the podium. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much, everybody. That's really nice. Thank you. We love you. Thank you very much. What a group standing right next to me. I'm honored to have you all with me. Ben, I've only known you, I don't want to say how long, it's too long. But you have done some job. I'm very proud to be with the 5 gentlemen up here, very special, and we have a lot of special ladies and gentlemen in the audience that are my friends, and they have been for a long time. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. And I'm thrilled to be here tonight with crooked Joe Biden's absolutely worst nightmare. Hundreds of proud, black, conservative American patriots. The worst nightmare. Together, we're part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. It is the greatest movement, I think, without question, in the history of our country. And it's done great things, and then we had a little interruption. But the interruption is not going to last much longer. and we're going to have a tremendous victory. It's going to be even, I believe, greater and probably more important even than in 2016. That was now #1, but I think this is going to be something very, very special. Over the past 8 years, we've energized the Republican Party, and we've expanded the Republican Party. You and I have made it bigger, better, and so much more interesting than ever before, and much more important than ever before. In 2020, we increased our share of black vote by 50%, 5-0. And we earned more votes from African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans than any Republican in generations. This hasn't been, you go back many, many decades, and we're really honored by it. We're on track now to smash. You see what's happening. The polling's coming out, and they go, wait a minute, there must be a mistake here. They're saying black people really like Trump. There must be a mistake. These guys know it's no mistake. They're saying, what's going on? We had one today, 28%. We had one at 31%. And, you know, I hate to say, when I looked at Romney, does anybody know Romney? Didn't he get 4%? He got 4% and falling. And we're at a number that people are, frankly, if we were 28%, I don't even think we have to do the election. They would just, I think they just, wouldn't they just sort of leave? They would leave. They'd just say, let's get out of town. Well, the getting is good because we're going to do great things for everybody, for all Americans. As one sign of just how great a job we've done, there are more black Republicans serving in the U.S. House of Representatives today than at any time since the 1870s. That's a long time ago. To me, that's a sign of progress, but the radical left Democrats in a cause, and it's a cause for panic for them. It's a nightmare, hysteria, and rampant outbreaks. They're suffering from a terminal case of Trump derangement syndrome. Have you all heard? They have Trump derangement. They are really not doing well. And they shouldn't be doing well because, honestly, they've done a lousy job for you. They've done a lousy job for you. They've done a lousy job for everybody. But for black Americans, they have done a very poor job. Every day, we are welcoming more black voters back home to the Republican Party. You remember the party of Lincoln, to help us reclaim the party of Frederick Douglass, party of Abraham Lincoln and other great people. We're delighted to have some of our party's most prominent leaders with us tonight, and they are really incredible leaders with incredible futures. And some of them, like Byron Donalds, is so young. Wesley Hunt is so young. You guys are so young. Oh, I'd like to get a couple of years from them. They're young and they're brilliant and they have an incredible, incredible future. They really do. I think they have an incredible future. Senator Tim Scott, he gave me his endorsement. He's been one of the best people we've ever had involved with us. He's been unbelievable. He's a dynamo. And I heard what he said to you. He gave a speech today at Rock Hill. He tore the house down. He's better for me than he is for himself. You know that? Right? You know why? He's a good person. I don't mind speaking about myself. He doesn't like speaking about himself. He likes speaking about people that he thinks can do a great job. He's a special man. Where is Tim, by the way? Is he around here someplace? Because he was just back there. He's a very, very special guy. And another special man is Secretary Ben Carson. And, you know, we were running. Can I tell him our little statement that you made to me in a church one day? Actually, you made it twice. You made it in a church and you made it just before a debate. But we're running, and he was doing very well, by the way. He was knocking them dead. Everyone loved him. He was tremendous religious support, evangelical support in particular. And he was going up, up, up. And I was up there. I came out, and I was doing really well. And I started to get a little bit nervous about Ben. He was going up a little too fast. I was not happy. And he said to me, you have nothing to worry about. God put you in this position. You're going to win. I was running against him. He's the most competitive guy. But he said, you're going to win. God put you in this position. And I was confused because I'm ready to go into a debate stage. And he's doing so good, and he made that statement, and I always remembered that. And then he made a similar statement at the church, and he's been a great friend of mine. He did a great job. No scandal. Remember, he was at HUD. Everybody at HUD has scandal. You know, they get a little money for an apartment house approval someplace. No scandal whatsoever. HUD, you go check out HUD. Housing, urban development, you check it out. There's been a lot of problems over the years. There was nothing. He just ran a great operation with some very good people you had. You were right about all those people, and they were great. Thank you, Ben, very much. We appreciate the job you've done. And thanks also to Black Conservative Federation founders Deontay Johnson and Quentin Jordan. Fantastic people. Congressman Joe Wilson, you know, famous for a remark he made years ago. Nobody will ever forget it, and we love this guy. He loves our country. A woman that I've known for a long time. I refuse to say how long, but I've known her for a long time, and she's really incredible. And she was very advanced. I mean, she understood what was happening long before most of the people in the room really did. Alveda King. Where is Alveda? Where is she? Thank you, Alveda.
All right, so you're listening to former President Donald Trump as he was speaking at a Black conservative gala yesterday. I do want to draw your attention to the upper right-hand side of your screen. This is the CPAC conference. This is the Conservative Political Action Conference happening right now in Baltimore, Maryland. And Trump is set to take the stage at 1 o'clock Eastern time. So, of course, we do want to bring you his remarks live as they happen. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, you're taking a live look at a polling location in Columbia, South Carolina, as voters are casting their ballots in the state's primary. Of course, Donald Trump facing off against Nikki Haley in her home state. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After the break, we will continue to follow all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. We'll be right back. I'm Stephanie Quinio. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do have a programming note for you. The South Carolina primary, which is underway right now, we are going to have live coverage and analysis Saturday for a special show here on Live Now from Fox starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time. That is with our very own Andrew Kraft as he breaks down all of the results in the South Carolina primary. We also want to show you this live look right here. This is out of Baltimore, Maryland, as you're taking a live look at the stage at the Conservative Political Action Conference in Baltimore, Maryland. Former President Donald Trump is set to speak at any moment, and of course, we will bring those remarks to you live. We also want to show you this shot. We're going to head down south to South Carolina. This is one of the many polling locations that has opened here in South Carolina. Of course, today is the South Carolina primary, and you're taking a live look as voters go to cast their ballots. Yesterday, Trump was speaking at the Black Conservatives Gala, and we do want to continue bringing those remarks to you as we await him in Baltimore to take the stage.
Barry Bonds or Babe Ruth?
You got to give it to Barry.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Huh? Barry? Okay, I'm with Barry. Hey, especially tonight, I'm with Barry. I'm with Barry. In front of another group, I may be with the Babe, but I don't. But we also set record low unemployment rate among black young people. It was a record. It was never anything like it. Before the China virus, you don't mind if I call it that. We want to be accurate, you know. It came out of China. It came out of China, right? 1.2 million African Americans lifted themselves out of poverty on the strength of the Trump economy, the most in more than a century. Think of it. It's never happened like that before. Black Americans saw their largest increase in home ownership ever recorded. These are things that happened during this 4-year period, Wesley, right? All of it. The black labor force participation rate reached its highest point in a generation. With Senator Scott, Tim Scott, came to my office. I'll never forget it. I have an idea, he said. We created opportunity zones which drove billions and billions of dollars in wealth to revitalize our most distressed communities, especially in the inner cities. I think it's the greatest economic development program maybe ever, and people don't talk about it. But that was done by Tim Scott, and then he came to see me, and we got it done, and it's been incredible. I got record funding for historically black colleges and universities. You know, the first year I saw like 45 guys come up. They're the heads of most, I think, guys, one wonderful woman, actually. They were the heads of the colleges. And I said, so what are you doing? They said, we come up every year to ask for help, funding. And I said, all right. I didn't think much about it, but I got it for them. The second year, they came up, and I said, what are you doing here? Well, we're back again. I said, you have to do this every year? They said, yeah, every year we come up. We never have funding, so we always come up and ask for funding. And one of them said, I feel like a beggar. I come up, I feel like a beggar. We do a good job with those incredible schools, but I feel like a beggar coming up. I said, ooh, that's tough. And sort of then forgot about it as we did. You know, I was focused on Russia hoax, and lots of other things, right? That we won. There was no collusion. I could have told them that in the first minute, Ben. But the third year they came up, I said, okay, you're here to get money again, aren't you? Yeah, well, that's. And they'd come over to the White House, and I got to know them a little bit, and they were fantastic. I tell you, in particular, like I had some guys in there that were phenomenal people. And I said, you're looking for money again? I said, I have an idea. Why don't we get you a 10-year plan where you have all the money you want? Give me a number, and I'm going to add some more onto it, and I'll get it approved. And I got it approved, and we took care of these incredible people. And I said, the only bad thing is that I like you guys. I may never see you again. It was very sad, actually. I said goodbye to them, and actually, I've never seen them again. They don't need me anymore. But Ben knows this. You remember that period of time. It wasn't that easy to get either. And I think a lot of the politicians in Washington used that as a lever to take advantage. In other words, every year they'd have to come up, and what are you going to give me now? They don't have to. They don't have to kiss anybody's ass anymore, I can tell you that. So we took care of that. A lot of people don't know that. Everybody on stage knows it. And we'll invest more in a second term. We're going to take care of them, and they really have. They've done a great job, and it's very tough. You're competing against schools that have billions and billions of dollars in endowments, and It's a tough deal, but they've done an incredible job. Under crooked Joe Biden, it's been nothing but it's really a catastrophe and a disaster, and you know it better. And I'm not saying this, and this is from the heart. It's been a disaster for black Americans. Biden gave you a 3-year inflation rate of almost 39%. So over 3 years, didn't matter if you made a little bit more money. After inflation, you were way, way behind. The number of African-American families living in poverty has increased by more than 50% since the year one of his administration. Hard to say that his administration, because, you know, we got more votes than anybody in the history of a sitting president. We got millions more votes than we did in 2016. I was told by John McLaughlin and Fabrizio, the great pollsters, sir, if you can get 63 million votes, that's what we got in 16, there's no way you can be beaten. Well, we got like 75 million votes. I said, so I guess we didn't get beaten, yeah? But they said we got beaten. Now, we're going to be watching very closely. Look, we have a country that's got a lot of things going on. We have an open border. We have bad elections. We have very, very bad elections. You have to have honest elections and strong borders, or you don't have a country. You don't have a country.
All right, so you're taking a listen to former President Donald Trump as he was speaking at the Black Conservatives Gala in Columbia, South Carolina. This was last night, but we also want to bring your attention to the upper right-hand side of your screen, and that is CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference that is happening right now in Baltimore, Maryland. And Trump is set to take the stage at any moment now, and we will bring you his remarks as they happen. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, of course, you're taking a live look from Columbia, South Carolina, as voters continue to cast their ballots in the South Carolina primary. And this primary is usually an indicator of which candidate will win the Republican presidential nomination. Since the modern version of the state's primary began in 1980, all but one GOP primary winner has gone on to win the party's nomination, that lone exception, Newt Gingrich, in 2012. And I do want to bring in Fred Hicks, a Democratic strategist. Fred, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So I do have a question for you, and let's get straight to the point right here. But the question to you is this. Is this a done deal with former President Donald Trump winning the South Carolina primary?
It certainly looks that way. All the polling this week indicated that he was going to win by at least 30 points and maybe even more, maybe 35 or 38% in South Carolina. And as you indicated, South Carolina is a harbinger for who's going to win the Republican nomination. And so looking at New Hampshire, looking at Iowa, looking at Nevada, and now looking at South Carolina, it does look like former President Trump is going to win and he's going to be the nominee.
So what's in it for Haley? What is she looking to get out of this primary?
You know, that's a great question. I don't believe that she thinks she's going to be the vice president, because that's just not how former President Trump works. He demands loyalty and fealty. And so I think he feels that it's a personal affront. So I think with Nikki Haley, she's looking at maybe still hoping that there's a conviction, a criminal conviction of Donald Trump at some point this year. And if not, positioning herself for 2028 to be able to be the I told you so candidate if things go poorly over the next 4 years, should Donald Trump win. Or if he doesn't win, then she can still position herself to be the 2028 nominee by saying I told you so that he couldn't win.
So it's interesting because we've been hearing a lot of rhetoric, the public rhetoric that Nikki Haley is sharing with folks, saying that she is not dropping out. In fact, she's not dropping out until every single person has cast a ballot. My question to you is that really what she's committed to?
I think she's committed through Super Tuesday, which is coming up March 4th, and maybe even through the Georgia primary on March 12th. But then after that, if she does not score a win between now and March 12th, it's going to be really difficult for her to remain in the race. But I think that to her and to her supporters and the Never Trumpers, it does make a lot of sense for her to stay in through the next trove, the biggest trove of votes that have yet to be cast.
So it's so interesting because it does seem like it's a done deal, and yet Haley says, no, it's not. It just, I think a lot of people are wondering, is this all just a charade in a way? Are we all just waiting for it to become a formality?
So while it does look like Donald Trump will be the nominee, I think that this process is very important. It's important on both sides, right? That if you're going through the paces, being pushed as a candidate makes you better for a general election. It also makes you and your supporters better and helps you identify spots of weakness. Listen, we've seen in the early primary states thus far that Donald Trump does not do very well in the areas within the Republican primary or Republican base, areas that have highly educated and highly affluent voters. That's where he seems to struggle. So if he's trying to fine tune and get ready for November, then this is a good opportunity for that. But even beyond that, he has a number of issues. And I think that Nikki Haley and her supporters are looking at the 2 civil judgments that have totaled more than $500 million for him. That's a real problem. That's a real struggle. He's got to figure out how to pay that. The New York Attorney General is talking about seizing his assets. And so if he's positioning himself to be the nominee, to be the strongest candidate, he might be in the Republican primary. But I think Nikki Haley and her supporters are looking at this and saying, hey, someone who's over $500 million in debt, someone who has all these other issues simply cannot win in November. And if we can get to the convention and his numbers are starting to really be impacted and he's looking like he's losing his business ventures and maybe he's on his way to jail, that they should go a different direction. So even though this looks very dire right now for Nikki Haley, I think for her and her supporters, mind you, she does have some significant financial backers, this is more than just an exercise in futility. This is about the heart and soul of the party, and this is about trying to have someone who they feel like can beat Joe Biden in November.
So, a question that I've asked before, but I want to ask again is, let's say Trump does get the party nomination. Where do Haley's supporters go? Do they back Trump, or are they disenchanted and they don't vote, or do they perchance back Biden?
So I think there's a little bit of all the above. So you got to remember that in a state like Georgia, where I am, Donald Trump lost by 11,780 votes. And so, and there were more than 12,000 Republicans who were people who typically vote Republican who did not vote in that election. And so for Donald Trump, he's thinking about his base, and his base is large enough to win the primary. But the reality is that if the Nikki Haley supporters stay home, it's really difficult for him to win, particularly the Nikki Haley supporters in Georgia, in Nevada, in Arizona, and Pennsylvania, those key swing states in Ohio. So it's not just about winning these votes. So he talked about winning 63 million or 75 million votes. It's about winning votes in the right states and by a large enough margin. And that's a real problem for him. So even though he's feeling really good, and he's so good that he's referring to his bird brain and things like that, he and his operation really need to be cognizant of the fact that they need her votes, and they need her votes in certain areas across this country if they want to win in November.
And Fred, you mentioned that Trump has struggled in certain pockets of voters, and I would have to imagine that he would want to balance that out with whoever he chooses as his vice presidential nominee. What do you think is he thinking? I mean, he already publicly announced the short list, but what are we thinking there?
Well, I think the way that he's thinking is loyalty is going to be number one at the top of his list. He views Mike Pence, or viewed Mike Pence, as being very disloyal at a crucial moment in time. And so for whoever he selects as his vice presidential nominee or his nominee on the ticket, he's going to demand first and foremost loyalty, and then everything else from that, including the ability to win votes or bring in pockets of people. But for him, first and foremost, is going to be loyalty. And I think then beyond that, he's going to have to look at ways to try to get traditional Republican voters, people I call George Bush, Ronald Reagan Republicans, to actually come out and vote. Again, they don't necessarily vote Democrat, although we did see that happen in Georgia in the 22 Senate election between Senator Warnock and Herschel Walker. But for them and for Donald Trump, the biggest threat is that those voters do not come out and vote. And so his issues are around things like what's happening with Russia and his comments on the international front. Those kinds of things really, really bother this group of Republicans that he needs to win over. And if what he should look for in a vice presidential candidate is someone who can appeal to those people, not just his base. He needs to expand it if he's going to win.
Absolutely. It does seem to be a bit of a foregone conclusion, at least when it comes to the South Carolina primary. Of course, we don't know until all the ballots are counted. But anything else beyond in South Carolina or maybe beyond that you really want to highlight?
Well, again, in South Carolina, I'm going to be looking for those areas around the University of South Carolina, so in Columbia and USC Aiken and other places where you have densely populated conservatives who are educated, to see how well he does. I do anticipate that he'll win, but if his average across the state is, say, 30 points and he only wins by 4 or 5 or 10 points in those areas, that's yet another warning sign. So for Donald Trump, for people like me, we're looking to see how he performs in those areas where, again, you have high levels of affluence and people who are highly educated, to see if he's corrected that ship or not. Just for comparison, Joe Biden has traditionally struggled, well, not traditionally, but he has. There's been a lot of discussion about his struggles with African-American voters, but he did very well in South Carolina. He did very well in rural parts of South Carolina, in areas where if you believe the conversation and the narrative, you think he's struggling. He did really well for him there. He did really well there. And so that has kind of propelled him into feeling a bit more confident as we make this turn into March and this turn towards Super Tuesday. And so, again, this isn't about winning. It looks like it's going to be Donald Trump and Joe Biden, but both of them in their respective primaries are looking for certain areas. They're looking at certain demographics to see how well they're doing there and see if they can improve their performance to fine-tune that machine for November.
Absolutely. Fred Hicks, a Democratic strategist, thank you so much for taking the time on this Saturday to chat with us.
Happy to do it. Thank you again for having me.
Absolutely. And we are awaiting former President Donald Trump to take this stage. This is a live look again at CPAC. This is the Conservative Political Action Conference that's happening in Baltimore, Maryland. And Trump is set to take the stage at any moment now. We, of course, will bring you his remarks live when they happen. Meantime, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at a polling location out of Columbia, South Carolina, where today, of course, is the state's primary. Trump and Haley squaring off against one another in the first head-to-head matchup for the last two remaining major Republican candidates since the New Hampshire primary 1 month ago. And we also want to bring you this live shot. This is out of Baltimore, Maryland, where we are expecting Trump to take the stage and address the crowd at CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference right there. And again, as soon as he takes to the stage, we will bring that to you live. However, we also want to go back to some of the comments that Trump made yesterday in Columbia, South Carolina, as he addressed a crowd of Black conservatives at the Black Conservatives Gala. Let's listen in to those.
That's why this November, Black Americans are going to tell You all watch The Apprentice, right? They're going to tell crooked Joe Biden, you're fired. You're fired. Get the hell out of here, you. You're fired. Get out of here. You've been an incompetent, horrible president. You allowed wars to go that should have never happened. Israel should have never been attacked. Ukraine should have never been attacked. You're a lousy president, worst president ever. The happiest person about him, though, and man who thinks very warmly of him, is Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy Carter is now considered a brilliant president by comparison to crooked Joe Biden. Jimmy Carter is a happy man. For Biden, wrecking the dreams of African Americans is nothing new. You know this. You know the real story behind this guy. I said, do I really want to say this stuff? Then I said, what the hell? I've been saying it. You know, when they said, oh, you can't run. You know, when you look at the presidency, it's such a cherished, incredible position, such responsibility. But 92% of the people were politicians and 8% were generals. So no percent were from where I came from. So they said, oh, he's just going to have a good time. You think I'm having a good time? I'm not sure it's a good time, but I love it. I just love it. Because we're going to make America great again. That's why I love it. But I said, do we really want to hit him that hard? Because if you do, you can really go back into history with him. It's the only thing he's really been good at his entire career. You know what that is? Being a racist, because he's a racist. Crooked Joe backed NAFTA, which is a disaster for, just a disaster. It's been a disaster for Hispanic Americans and for black Americans. China's entry into the World Trade Organization, where they just ripped us apart. I took in $472 billion from China. No other president has taken in anything. They did not want to see me do so well. You know, we're leading in every poll by a lot. You see it. And I don't think China's too happy about that, actually. The Trans-Pacific Partnership and every other globalist horror show that ripped the guts out of our country and pulverized black workers and owners of small businesses. So to any black voter who's thinking of casting your ballot for us for the first time, it might be for the first time, and probably is, it's amazing. What's happened in the last 2 years is actually amazing, and it's been based on results, real results. Just remember, you owe crooked Joe Biden absolutely nothing. You don't owe him a thing, so do not feel guilty. Please do not feel guilty. The radical Democrat Party has waged war on black families for many, many decades. Think of it. It's really 100 years. It's a century. They've controlled these cities for 100 years. Hard to believe. I said, can't be. It is. They've controlled, and look at what, you take a look at Baltimore, you take a look at New York, you take a look at Chicago, you take a look at all of these places, take a look at what's going on in the West Coast, take a look at what's happening. And they've controlled these cities for 100 years, and nothing happens. They're slum areas, they're dangerous. Nothing has happened, and we're going to change it. We're going to change it. Thank you. I like that guy. Thank you. Thank you very much. What a voice. I love that guy. Who the hell is that? Is he a friend of yours? Yes. We're going to send him to the Met. So come join us in the Republican Party and never, ever look back. We're going to do it right. We're going to do it right. On top of everything else, Joe Biden really has proven to be a very nasty and vicious racist. He's been a racist. Whether you like it or don't like it, I happen not to like it. Most of the people in this room happen to not like it. And if somebody does like it, they're not supposed to be here. Biden spent years palling around with notorious segregationists. You know that. He boasted that his home state was a slave state. He was very proud of that. He thought it was great. If you go back and look at his body language and the way he said it, he was very proud of it. He said that he didn't want his children to grow up in a, quote, racial jungle. I don't want my children in a racial jungle. Joe Biden drafted the 1994 crime bill, which caused unfair sentencing disparities that devastated the black community, black families. Cory Booker called Biden the architect of mass incarceration. Remember this. It was a time when Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden were talking about predators and super predators. You heard that. This is a hell of a lot more of a speech than you thought you were going to get, isn't it, huh? They thought it would be boring, then we'd give a little quick, boring speech, but we got it's called Let's Tell It Like It Is, right? And then years later, tell it like it is. Thank you very much. I just want to tell the truth. Remember Howard Cosell? I just tell it like it is. It ended up getting him fired, but these are my words. And then years later, in an act of stolen valor, Crooked Joe had the nerve to falsely portray himself as a hero of the civil rights movement, which was so false. And then he said that if African Americans didn't vote for him, you ain't black. Now that one's been so recent, I didn't even want to. But he did say that. A lot of people were surprised. He did say that. But that one's so recent, I didn't even want to put it in. We had to go back to the real stuff. But he did say that. I was a little surprised to see it. I'm sure you were, too. Unlike racist Joe Biden, I've spent my entire life working hand in hand with black Americans to create jobs, build buildings, invest in our communities, and expand opportunity and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And we have. I built a lot of buildings, and I want to tell you, a black worker is a great worker. You've done an incredible job. They've done an incredible job. Really talented, great people. And that goes for others too. Hispanic is incredible. You know, the Hispanic numbers are, Ben, you know, they're through the roof. In Miami, we're leading in Florida with Hispanic. Along the Texas, they call it the corridor, but it's the line going between Mexico and Texas for a long way. We won every single community along the, they call it the special line. We won every single community, and mostly, I think it's 88% Hispanic. It was a fantastic thing, something that I'm so proud of, and it is really changing the Republican Party. The Republican Party's been a much bigger party. It's a much bigger, more inclusive party, and that's a fantastic thing. Yeah, no, it's a fantastic. I'm very proud of it. Here's my promise to you as your president. I will go to work for you every single day. I will not quit until the American dream is alive and thriving for you and for every citizen in our land. And we put America first. You don't mind that. We put America first. Everywhere Joe Biden puts our citizens last, I will put you first. You will be first, and America will be first, and we're going to do things that nobody ever thought possible. Our country right now is being destroyed by people coming in that nobody has any idea where they come from. Think of it. They're coming in from prisons and jails. They're coming in from mental institutions and insane asylum. That's a mental institution on steroids, okay? They're coming in at a level that nobody's ever seen before. These guys have, it's the biggest thing. It's the biggest. So when I ran in 2016, it was such a big thing, the border. That was peanuts compared to what we're talking about now. And I tell the story. I did such a good job on the border. Remember, they're coming in, they're racist, they're this, they're that. And they said rapists, too. I called them everything. It's peanuts compared to what this turned out to be. And that was less, those words were very inflammatory at the time. About 3 months later, they realized that the words were correct, except they weren't strong enough. It was actually the opposite. But we took this and we did a job with it. And then they wouldn't talk about it anymore. They didn't want to talk about it. But we're talking about it now because this makes what happened in 2016, it just pales by comparison. There's never been anything like this. This is an invasion of the United States of America. And they're taking your jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and they're taking Union jobs. How about the unions? The unions, they work long and hard to get their wages up, and they have wages now, and people are going to be working for 15% and 20% of what people are getting now. And we don't want that. We don't want that. In some ways, it's good for an employer, but it's really bad for our people, and it's very unfair for our people. And we don't want that. We want people to come into our country, but we want them to come in legally through a process.
All right, so you're listening to former President Donald Trump speaking at a gala last night to Black conservatives. This is Columbia, South Carolina, talking about the immigration and border crisis. But we also want to let you know that he is expected to address live an audience in Baltimore, Maryland. That is a live look on the upper right-hand side of your screen. This is at CPAC. This is the Conservative Political Action Conference that's happening there live. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look at a voting site in Columbia, South Carolina. That is where voters are going in and out of, casting their ballots in the South Carolina primary. And speaking of the South Carolina primary, we also want to let you know about a programming note here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to have live coverage and in-depth analysis tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time with our very own Andrew Kraft as he breaks down the very latest results in the South Carolina primary. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate you joining us and spending your time on this Saturday here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 1:27 Eastern, 10:27 Pacific. After the break, we will continue to play the remarks of Trump as he spoke to a crowd yesterday in Columbia, South Carolina. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You are taking a live look at a polling location in Columbia, South Carolina, as voters there are casting their ballots in today's primary. And both Nikki Haley and former President Donald Trump are in South Carolina and were in South Carolina yesterday. Haley actually casting her vote in South Carolina today because, of course, that is her home state. Yesterday, the former President Donald Trump spoke to a crowd in Columbia, South Carolina, and we do want to share with you some of his remarks.
They're going to be in big trouble. And Biden's the one that's allowing them in. You know, he gave 2.5 million work permits this year to people that are illegal immigrants, 2.5 million work permits. And those are people. And the bigger problem is, and you know, at Georgia, in Georgia, University of Georgia, they had a horrible killing. I said there's a new category of crime. It's called migrant crime. It's coming in at a level that nobody's ever seen before, and it's vicious. I call it Biden migrant crime, but it doesn't sound as good. In all fairness, it does. It's too long. It's migrant crime. But just remember, he's the one that allowed this to happen by stupidity. While Biden wants to raise your taxes by $6 trillion, I will make the Trump tax cuts the largest tax cut in history. We'll make it permanent and give you the new economic boom. It's going to be an economic boom. When I was president, we slashed taxes for working families. We doubled the child tax credit, which frankly wasn't a Republican thing to do, but I said we have to do it. I do things that aren't necessarily Republican. You know, I do what's right, and I do things based on common sense. Somebody said, you're a conservative. I said, no, I'm really a person of great common sense. We need borders. We need a strong military. We need good education. We need low interest rates. We want to be able to buy a house. It's really based more on common sense, I think, than anything else. Who could allow what's happening? This is an invasion. Have you seen New York, where hundreds of thousands of people are living on streets, are taking parks that the kids can no longer play? They're going into schools and taking schools. They don't speak a word of English, and they're sitting down in classrooms. Nobody knows what to do. It's a disaster that's happening, and that's happening all over the country. As we supported moms and dads by dramatically expanding education savings accounts. I don't know if you've taken advantage of it, but it's a phenomenal thing. Under my leadership, the Republican Party will always support the creation of strong, thriving, healthy American families. And something that's very big in the news today, through Alabama, you saw that decision. We want to make it easier for mothers and fathers to have babies, not harder for them to have babies. That includes supporting the availability of fertility treatments like IVF in every state in America. You saw what happened. It's become sort of a big story. I put out a statement, and so many politicians are calling me, thank you for that statement. I put it out on a thing called Truth Social. It's the hottest platform. It's also where I speak. It's hot, and it's truth. Everyone said, you'll never get the name Truth. I said, let's try it. Sir, don't bother, you're not going to. They wanted something with 5 letters, like tweet. I don't know, is it a tweet anymore? I don't think so. You know, it's X. So what do you do? Say you're going to tweet? I don't know. They changed the name. I was sort of happy about that. But think of it. They said, they had all these different names, these crazy names that nobody understood. And, you know, like Zion, Ziananing, Dodong, Dadang. 5 letters. I said, ideally 5 letters, like tweet is 5 letters. I said, what about the word truth? Sir, you can't get that. There's no way you can ever buy that. That's generic, and it's just that you're not going to be able to get it, I'm sure. So I said, well, have you checked? No, but I know you can't get it, sir. You know, these are wise guys. These are guys, you pay them a lot of money. They don't know what the hell they're doing. I said, do me a favor. I'm sure you can't get it. Try. So guy walks back into my office. 45 minutes later, he said, sir, you were right. We just bought the name Truth for $2,100. I would have paid millions. I would have paid millions. A guy had it. He said, man, and he probably got it for nothing, and, you know, a long time ago. And he's happy. He's a very happy man. You know, he walked away with a couple of $1,000 for doing nothing, having a name tied up. And we have the name, and Truth was born. That was a good experience. But it just does tell you, always give it a shot. Never give up. If I wouldn't have said that, would have some name that nobody knows, has any idea what it means. Like the overwhelming majority of Americans, including the vast majority of Republicans, conservatives, Christians, and pro-life Americans, I strongly support the availability of IVF for couples who are trying to have a precious, beautiful little baby. Some people need help, right? You agree? If Wesley didn't agree, I'd probably have to take that back. But he agrees, because, again, that's common sense. We want to help people. We want to help women. They need help in some cases. Today, I'm calling on the Alabama legislature to act quickly to find an immediate solution to preserve the availability of IVF in Alabama. The Republican Party should always be on the side of the miracle of life and the side of mothers, fathers, and their beautiful babies. And IVF is an important part of that. And our great Republican Party will always be with you in your quest for the ultimate joy in life, and that's to have a baby. So if we can help, we're going to help. Right? You agree with that? A lot of politicians were very happy because they didn't know how to respond to the decision that came down. Now they all know how to respond. I got so many thank you notes from big politicians. They said, "Thank you, sir," because they didn't like what was happening, and now everybody's happy, and I believe that's exactly where it's going to be going. But they needed that little, well, maybe it's called leadership. I don't know what you'd call it. Maybe it's called just being intelligent. But that's what we want. We want to help the mothers. We want to help people that want to have a baby that maybe otherwise would not be able to. I will stop the Biden inflation disaster, and we will, if you don't mind, drill, baby, drill. Watch energy come way down. You know, the inflation was caused, I would say, would you say 100%, Byron, or 99% by energy, right? He says 90. Yeah, it was just caused by energy. These guys came out, they stopped the drilling, they stopped everything. Now they're going back to the drilling. Now they're going back to the Trump drilling because the election's coming up. But the day after that, if they should win, because if they win, the country's destroyed. I don't think our country will survive if they win this election. I think it's the most important election. I used to say it about 2016, and I meant it. But 2016 was nothing compared to what we're going through right now. We're laughed at all over the world. People think they can't believe it. We've become a joke. We've become a joke. We're being laughed at. They don't respect our leader. How can you respect the guy? He can't put two sentences together. See the stage? We have 3, 4, 5 steps. We have all over the place. You have stairs. He can't find his way off a stage. Secret Service has to run up to the stage. He'll walk off the front. He has no idea where the hell he is. And he's negotiating with President Xi of China. So tough. There's nobody in Hollywood that could play his role. President Xi, you meet him, he goes, "We must begin negotiation immediately." I said, "Let's talk. Can you chill out a little bit? You ever go to a ball game?"
All right, so you're hearing from former President Donald Trump as he addressed a crowd last night in Columbia, South Carolina at the Black Conservatives Gala. But we are also expecting him to take the stage any moment now in Baltimore, Maryland, as he is set to address the crowd at CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, we continue with the political theme. Of course, today is the South Carolina primaries. Voters are walking in and out of this polling location, casting their ballots. And so we do want to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. But on the other end of that break, we, of course, are going to continue to play out Trump's remarks last night from Columbia, South Carolina. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Thank you so much for watching us here on Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 1:38 Eastern, 10:38 Pacific. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at two different locations. The first is in Baltimore, Maryland, and we are expecting former President Donald Trump to take to the stage at CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference that has been underway this entire week now. And again, we are expecting him to take the stage at any moment. We, of course, will bring you those remarks as they happen. However, as he is in Maryland, the South Carolina primary is underway, and you're taking a live look at a polling location from Columbia, South Carolina. As you can see, a number of voters have exited that polling location, casting their ballot. Of course, Donald Trump facing off against Nikki Haley in today's first in the South Republican presidential primary. This is the first head-to-head matchup for the last two remaining major candidates since the New Hampshire primary a month ago, where Trump won. And of course, this contest does take place in Haley's home state. She was South Carolina's governor for 6 years before stepping down in 2017 to serve as UN ambassador. That is when Trump was elected president. However, Haley trailing the polls in her home state, where Trump has the support of most of the party establishment and enjoying very high popularity among the conservative base. Last night, Trump actually attended the Black Conservatives Gala in Columbia, South Carolina, where he was speaking to a crowd there. And we do want to play you his remarks here on Live Now from Fox. So let's take a listen in.
I like that, too. Reciprocal Trade Act. That is, if China or any other country makes us pay a $100 or $200% tariff or tax, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff or tax of 100 or 200% right back. And basically it's saying, and we don't have too many children in the room, and I'm sure most of them wouldn't be too offended by this, it's basically saying, you screw us and we're going to screw you back. That's all it's doing. We're saying if they charge us a tax, they charge us, if we build a car, if we send it to China, they have a massive tax. So therefore it never gets sent. You don't have American cars in China, and you don't have too many China cars here. You know why? Because I put a big tax, 27.5%, any car made in China. And therefore our automobile companies are doing better. But you have other companies, you have other countries that are really playing that game very big. One of them is Mexico. Deal was made, you know, they've taken 30% of our car business over the last 25 years. That's a lot, 32% to be exact. And they moved it to Mexico. And I was thinking seriously about putting a big tax that any car made across the border, on the wrong side of the border, on the Mexico side of the border, going to put a big tariff on the car, like 30, 40, 50%. The car no longer has any viability. I'll say, come on over and hire our people and build your plant in the United States, and you won't have any tax to pay, right? And we did a lot of that. We did it with different industries, and we did really well. This will bring back millions of great-paying manufacturing jobs and raise wages for workers of all backgrounds. The next pillar of our effort to earn the votes of African Americans will be an ironclad pledge to seal the border, stop the invasion, and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home. We have to do this. We have to do this. Have to do it. No country can sustain 18 million people, whatever it's. You can't sustain this. When you go to these cities and they're living in the middle of your best streets, they're living on people's lawns, they throw a tent or they just lie down. It's such a sad thing. I mean, on a human basis, it's tragic. They should have never let this happen. But there's no country can sustain this. And don't forget, generally speaking, they don't send their finest. I got to know most of the leaders, like in South America. They come from all over the world. But you think of South America, but they come from all over. But I got to know them. They're very cunning people. They're street smart people. Our guy's not street smart. Our guy doesn't have it. You know? What are you going to do? Remember I said that about Chris Christie? You're not allowed to use the word fat. You know that. You're not allowed to call you're not allowed to call somebody fat. It's politically incorrect, okay? So I was with, this guy has Trump derangement syndrome like nobody. How's he doing lately, by the way? He's got Trump derangement syndrome at, I would say, a terminal level. And some guy shouts out in the audience, he's a fat pig, but nobody heard him. He was very quiet. Right? Nobody heard him. He was in the front row. He said, sir, he's a fat pig. And I said, okay, listen, you, stand up, please. The guy stands up, big, strong guy. I said, you cannot call Chris Christie a fat pig. You just don't do that. You can call him a pig, but not a fat pig. You're not allowed to use, so never, please, I'm going to have you removed from this room. You cannot call him a fat pig. I said that about 12 times to the guy during the night. So anyway, but it's one of those things. Well, he just said something that was sort of cool back there, but we won't repeat it. No one really is hit harder than the people in this room, the black workers, the Hispanic workers, people that have good jobs. They're going to be decimated. Everything is going to be changed. The world is going to be changed because of all these people pouring into our country. And you have to understand, though, the leaders of these countries, they are street smart. They're not sending their hard-working, good, they're sending people. That's why they're sending them out of their prisons. Prisons in various countries that you know very well are empty. They used to be full. Remember the pictures 2 years ago where they're so crowded? Oh, it was hell. But these are rough guys, too. These are rough, tough guys. You look at MS-13, probably the roughest gang in the world. I mean, they cut people up for fun. They don't like using guns because it's not painful enough. Remember they attacked the 2 girls on Long Island going to school, and they cut them up into little pieces? And these people are coming into our country. They're nasty and tough and horrible. But those countries keep their people, the people that they want. They send us the people that they don't want. That is not just people from prisons. That is not just people from mental institutions and terrorists. It's other people also. They are trying to keep the people that have made their country, whatever it may be, whether that's good, bad, or indifferent. Their wages will be cut in half. Your wages will be cut. The black worker, their wages are going to be cut in half, but much more, I believe, much more than that. And ultimately, their jobs are going to be gone. They're going to be given to other people. It's a bigger problem than anybody understands. Just like I was saying a year ago, I don't want to be bragging, but there was a hat that was made about 2 years ago. It said Trump was right about everything, and it was I was right about everything, I'm telling you. I was right about everything. And what's happening now is something, I said, if you allow these massive numbers of illegals in, you're going to have a crime wave, the likes of which has never been seen. It's now starting. I'm surprised it took as long as it took. But you're having a crime wave now, a different crime wave. But you're having a crime wave the likes of what has never been seen before in this country. I just can't believe it took a couple of years. I guess they were getting comfortable in the country, and then they said, all right, now it's okay to start beating up policemen. But the crime wave is really big. It's migrant crime. It's really big. It's a terrible thing. And you add that to the crime that was already very high. This administration has been a disaster. Joe Biden has already given work permits, as I said, for 2.5 million illegal aliens to complete the total betrayal of black Americans. It's a betrayal. You're not going to be able to get jobs. We got all these people, and they'll work for practically free, and it's just, you're going to lose your jobs, and meanwhile, migrants are being dumped in predominantly black communities. You know that. Look at what's happening in Chicago. I watched women, specifically some incredible women. They're like mothers. They're people. They love their neighborhood. They're pictures and names of their neighborhood. They're saying, we don't know what to do. These people are coming in. We don't know what to do. And the city is giving all of the money to them. They're not giving any money to anybody else. They're giving hotel rooms. They're staying in luxury hotels. And our veterans, our blacks and our Hispanics and our Asians are living on the streets with nothing. It's crazy. It's crazy. He's flooding our towns with foreign gangs and deadly drugs. Drugs are pouring into our country. But these women, I don't know, and for some reason it seems to be in Chicago, in particular, the way they have a group, it's just wonderful, beautiful black women that are saying, what are you doing to us? You're destroying our way of life. That's going to be that way all over the country. It's going to be that way all over the country. On day one, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration, and we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history.
All right, so we are continuing to listen to the remarks from former President Donald Trump as he addressed a crowd of black conservatives yesterday in Columbia, South Carolina. However, today he is in Baltimore, Maryland, and on the upper right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a look at a live picture of a stage, and we are expecting Trump to take to the stage and deliver remarks at CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference there. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look at a polling location in Columbia, South Carolina. As you can see, a gentleman walking in, ready to cast his vote in today's primary. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday. Time right now is 1:52 Eastern, 10:52 Pacific. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. It is a busy Saturday when it comes to politics. Former President Donald Trump set to take the stage at CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference that's happening now live in Baltimore, Maryland. And that is a live look at the CPAC stage where we are expecting Trump to deliver his remarks at any moment. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, you're taking a live look at a polling location in Columbia, South Carolina. That, of course, is the state which is holding its primary today, Trump versus Haley. This, of course, is Haley's home state. However, she is trailing in the polls behind Donald Trump. And we are going to have some special live coverage and analysis starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time here on Live Now from Fox with our very own Andrew Kraft as the South Carolina primary votes are being tallied. And, of course, it all boils down to the White House. You're taking a live look at the White House on the lower left-hand side of your screen. That is the seat that both Haley and Trump are vying for. And speaking of Donald Trump, he was in Columbia, South Carolina yesterday, speaking to a group of black conservatives at the Black Conservatives Gala. We do want to play you his remarks right now.
Of great paying manufacturing jobs and raise wages for workers of all backgrounds. The next pillar of our effort to earn the votes of African Americans will be an ironclad pledge to seal the border, stop the invasion, and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home. We have to do this. We have to do this. Have to do it. No country can sustain 18 million people, whatever it's. You can't sustain this. When you go to these cities and they're living in the middle of your best streets, they're living on people's lawns, they throw a tent or they just lie down. It's such a sad thing. I mean, on a human basis, it's tragic. They should have never let this happen. But there's no country can sustain this. And don't forget, generally speaking, they don't send their finest. I got to know most of the leaders, like in South America. They come from all over the world. But you think of South America, but they come from all over. But I got to know them. They're very cunning people. They're street smart people. Our guy's not street smart. Our guy doesn't have it. You know? What are you going to... Remember I said that of Chris Christie? You're not allowed to use the word fat. You know that. You're not allowed to call... You're not allowed to call somebody fat. It's politically incorrect, okay? So I was with, this guy has Trump derangement syndrome like nobody. How's he doing lately, by the way? He's got Trump derangement syndrome at, I would say, a terminal level. And some guy shouts out in the audience, he's a fat pig, but nobody heard him. He was very quiet. Right? Nobody heard him. He was in the front row. He said, sir, he's a fat pig. And I said, okay, listen, you, stand up, please. The guy stands up, big, strong guy. I said, you cannot call Chris Christie a fat pig. You just don't do that. You can call him a pig, but not a fat pig. You're not allowed to use, so never, please, I'm going to have you removed from this room. You cannot call him a fat pig. I said that about 12 times to the guy during the night. So anyway, but it's one of those things. Well, he just did. He just said something that was sort of cool back there, but we won't repeat it. No one really is hit harder than the people in this room, the black workers, the Hispanic workers, people that have good jobs. They're going to be decimated. Everything is going to be changed. The world is going to be changed because of all these people pouring into our country. And you have to understand, though, the leaders of these countries, they are street smart. They're not sending their hard-working, good, they're sending people. That's why they're sending them out of their prisons. Prisons in various countries that you know very well are empty. They used to be full. Remember the pictures 2 years ago where they're so crowded? Oh, it was hell. But these are rough guys, too. These are rough, tough guys. You look at MS-13, probably the roughest gang in the world. I mean, they cut people up for fun. They don't like using guns because it's not painful enough. Remember they attacked the 2 girls on Long Island going to school, and they cut them up into little pieces? And these people are coming into our country. They're nasty and tough and horrible. But those countries keep their people, the people that they want. They send us the people that they don't want. That is not just people from prisons. That is not just people from mental institutions. And
all right, so you can see that former President Donald Trump has taken to the stage at CPAC. So we do want to transition to that right now. And again, this is a live look at the Conservative Political Action Conference happening right there. And you can see Trump kissing the American flag as he greets the audience. And of course, there is some music in the background as he walks to the podium. This is as the South Carolina primary is happening. And he, of course, is squaring off against Nikki Haley in that presidential primary, which is the first head-to-head matchup for the last 2 remaining major candidates since the New Hampshire primary a month ago. South Carolina, of course, is Nikki Haley's home state. However, she is trailing where Trump has the support of most of the party establishment, and he is enjoying high popularity among the conservative base. And in fact, we showed you here live on LiveNOW from Fox, Nikki Haley casting her vote in South Carolina. Former President Donald Trump, however, now in Baltimore, Maryland, as he is set to speak and address the crowd at CPAC. So we do want to pot up the sound and listen in as we take a live look at the former president taking to the stage in Baltimore, Maryland. And right now, the president is not yet speaking, and we are taking a listen to some music. But of course, we do want to be mindful of copyright infringement, so we can't actually play that music for you. But you can see a live look as the camera is panning out at the Conservative Political Action Conference taking place right now